All right, day number 2, the NPFL. We're up here in the mouth of the Detroit River. Just like clockwork, Blake Felix got to a spot. He's got a couple of key boulders out here.
stop number 5 of the NPFL here at Lake Erie and Sandusky Bay. We're here at Fisherman Central in Port Clinton. It's time to weigh those fish.
Crossroads, put your hands together. There's the boom right there. There's the boom right there. There's the boom right there. Put your hands together for Blake. Felix. There's the boom right there. Look at those 2 monsters. 19 pounds even for a 2-day total of 40 pounds and 4 ounces. Put your hands together for Gary Atkins. There's the boom right there. How about that, Gary Atkins? 22 pounds, 11 ounces for a 2-day total of 41 pounds and 11 ounces. It's stop number 5 in the NPFL. Boat number 25. He was your day 1 leader. The thriller, Siller. He needs 13-11 to take the lead. 20 pounds, 15 ounces, a 2-day total of 47 pounds even. Your new leader right there, Scott, the thriller, Siller.
Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to Showdown Saturday in Sandusky Bay. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by Fat Cat Newton and James Worldwide Watson out on Lake Erie, that 6 million acre of water monster that these guys are duking it out for $50,000 here at stop number 5 with the National Professional Fishing League. And as you saw right there, Scott, the thriller, Siller, just absolutely standing on the gas at this point. 26 pounds the first day, backs it up with almost 21 yesterday. Fat Cat, I mean big sacks of brown bass coming across that drive-through weigh-in stage with Big Al McCullough every day of this event so far.
Finally, right? Finally. We called one right. We said this event was going to be big, and here it is, man. Big sacks, multiple sacks over 20 pounds, the 21, 22-pound sacks, like you said, 26-pound sack by Siller.
Unbelievable. Biggest stringer that we've had, this is our 11th event with the NPFL in 2 years. The biggest stringer we've seen. 26 pounds and all smallmouth. It's incredible.
Crazy, man, crazy. And like I say, dude, this tournament, the way the weather's lining up, day 3 could be the biggest day yet.
Absolutely.
One of the coolest things about this event so far is seeing that turnover, man, watching just that shuffle and that progressive AOY leaderboard. It's going to be wild seeing what happens once this event's done, because like we talked about coming into the season, the versatility of the angler that wins this will be monumental because of our schedule's been so crazy. The southern swing, northern swing, then we end up back in the south. Whoever wins this progressive AOY really has earned it.
And it's truly an Angler of the Year title because we started in the winter down in Kentucky with crazy conditions, and we're going to end in the fall down in sunny Florida. But so far, Sandusky, this entire Lake Erie area, everything's been in place. St. Clair, the Detroit River, these guys have been able to go anywhere and everywhere. If they can get there safely and get back, the league has allowed it this week, but Erie certainly showing off. One thing that has kind of started to become a theme with the anglers we're talking to, when you look down those leaderboards at the end of the day, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit, you see these 26-pound bags, 22-pound bags, 23, and you're like, oh my gosh, these guys are going out and getting 50 to 100 bites. Not really the case at all, right?
Not at all. Not at all. Well, we had one of our anglers, Sheldon Collins, yesterday wasn't doing much at all, man. Stopped in one spot, had 45 minutes left. Boom, put 18 pounds in the boat. But like you say, struggled the entire day like a lot of our guys. We watched Dan Blackard, did great day 1. Day 2 fell off a little bit, only had 4 fish for over 17 pounds. Around good fish, more quality, not quantity. But like you say, the big ones are out there, they're just not wadded up.
And you take a look right here at this official leaderboard coming into day 2, and it's right at a 19-pound average. It was a 20-pound average day 1. We had 10 bags over 20 to get in that top 10, but yesterday fell off that pace a little bit, but still 19-pound average of smallmouth. These guys are catching them, but you look right there on top, Scott, the thriller, Siller, 47 pounds even for 2 days of fishing out here on Lake Erie. No surprise, though, none at all. The jump we saw yesterday with Gary Atkins, the absolute Great Lake smallmouth specialist. We saw him take home the shield at the last event there at Saginaw Bay. Started this event in 17th place, rocketed into second with the 3rd largest stringer we've seen in the entire tournament yesterday. Unbelievable. No surprise there to have Gary in the top 10.
No surprise. And Siller, the thriller, he better put the hammer down, because I'm telling you, Gary Atkins, he said that they are on those Atkins diet again here at this tournament. Didn't have very much, if I get the words out of my mouth, like myself, didn't have very much experience talking. He didn't have very much experience fishing at Saginaw. One Saginaw says he has a lot of experience here at Sandusky. It's showing. He's behind by 5.5. But if anybody can catch him and bring in another 26, 27-pound sack, it's going to be Gary Atkins.
Well, we know that's out there. And so, yes, Scott has a 6-pound plus lead. That is huge in a smallmouth event. He goes and does his job today. He's going to make it difficult on the rest of the field. But the potential's there for that 25-plus pound bag. He slips a little bit. A lot of things could go down here on Showdown Saturday. Taking a look at the rest of the top 10, Blake Felix, the Missouri angler, one of our only contingent that is truly fishing in the Detroit rivers, making that treacherous run. Sacked up another 19 pounds yesterday after a great day one. Taylor Watkins, the winner of our last event last year and our first event this year, absolutely familiar with lifting those shields. Huge jump yesterday. Absolutely jumps from 37th to 4th place on the second biggest stringer we've seen. Cool thing about Taylor, and unfortunate thing for Taylor, we talked to him last night, lost a couple key fish day one, then had a fish care penalty and only weighed in 4 fish day one. I mean, he's right in this thing, mixing it up with Siller. If that goes a little bit different on day one, woulda, coulda, shoulda, I know, but man, he's around some strong fish from what he told us last night.
Absolutely, and like we say, we know he's a threat. He's that 2-time champion already, and hey, why not make it 3? And now just also accumulating those valuable progressive AOI points.
Without a doubt. But you look down there, Keith Carson and Taylor Umland knotted up at 5th and 6th place. Actually a tie there, and I believe the tiebreaker went to Taylor Umland, the biggest stringer who weighed over 22 yesterday. Keith, though, on day one, he would have started yesterday for us in 2nd place, but he had an unfortunate fish care penalty. It's tough. These guys are doing the best to take care of these fish, but rough water definitely plays in to these smallmouth. It can unfortunately, you can have some casualties, and these dudes do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen, but sometimes it does. You got Dan Blackert, the local. Yesterday, only 4 fish. Huge day, though. Solid fish. We saw him catch one 5 3/4. Huge smallie yesterday on live. Not getting a ton of bites, but every time he would lean on one, it was a big one. Chad Randall's a new face in the top 10 going into Showdown Saturday. Sheldon Collins, who started yesterday and night, still there. As you said, kind of a Hail Mary yesterday at the end of the day. Struggled until the last 45 minutes there. Catches 18 pounds.
Wow, man, that's how it goes. That's Lake Erie for you, right? If you just find that right boulder, you find where that little wide is at, capitalize on each bite and put them in the boat like Sheldon did, you could be in that top 10 like he is.
Rounding out the top 10, an angler that was very confident coming into this event, Trent Palmer, and he is showing us why. Barely edged out by Gary Atkins there at Saginaw Bay, stop number 4, 3 ounces from lifting a shield. And here we go again, top 10. I mean, I don't put it past Trent Palmer to get things done on Showdown Saturday. Maybe he catches a 30-pound bag. Who knows? Trent is definitely dialed. He is that kind of fisherman. Let's take a look at the Progressive Angler of the Year standings. We have a race on our hands, to say the least. It is going to look a little different than this. This event, to say the least. But Timmy Reams coming into this event with an 11-point lead over Gary Atkins. Timmy, an uncharacteristic first day for him, down in 48th place, was able to make a climb yesterday into check range. He's our bubble boy going out on Showdown Saturday, 36th place. But Gary Atkins, with that move from 17th to 2nd, just distanced himself a little bit. So I think it's safe to say Gary, you know, barring a major disaster of any kind today, and anything can happen on the Great Lakes, will be our leader heading into that final event at Lake Toho. Logan Millsap's coming in this event in 3rd. Logan, yesterday, ends his day 63rd place, so uncharacteristic of the season we've seen Logan have so far. John Sokup started this event 51st. Huge jump into 28th yesterday, so on the strength of an 18-pound bag, so he's keeping himself in the mix. Eddie Carper, Kevin Rogers, 2 guys that had very difficult tournaments here. They're down close to the bottom of the heartbreaker because they're both great fishermen, and we did not expect that from those guys here, but they're certainly going to fall back a little bit. Sean Murphy did some work yesterday to climb out of a hole he dug day one. He was back in 43rd, so he's certainly going to be in the mix headed into Toho. Bryant Smith, guy we talk about a lot. 12th place going into Showdown Saturday. So Jason Wilson fell to 60th yesterday. These standings are going to look a lot different, but all of these guys have been catching them up until this point very well through all the crazy conditions. So one thing we can tell you is expect the unexpected at the NPFL and with the National Professional Fishing League's stop here at Sandusky Bay, man. Like, big water. We had a situation, for those of you just joining us today, day one saw Scott Siller not only bring in 26 pounds, but not bring them in himself. He catches 26 pounds, sends them in with Dustin Williamson, has mechanical issues. Brandon Perkins started yesterday in second place. He had to send in his fish as well. I don't remember a professional tournament really getting started like that, where the one and first place and second place anglers going into day two didn't even make it back to weigh in. They had to FaceTime Big Al McCullough. It's
Absolutely.
crazy.
It was crazy, man. And just to go to show, like you say, this body of water for Perkins, it was more of a battery issue. Cranking battery went bad. Siller, lower unit for Siller, gone, but we know about the Great Lakes, man. It can be great issues for you. It can be a big, bad problem.
And when you hear us talking about, he's 6 pound lead, I mean, everybody watching, you want to say, he's got it, Siller's got it. But we saw some situations yesterday with anglers that were dialed on day one. When you and I talked to them based on their weight, the top 5 we covered yesterday, they roll into their area, and this is nothing but peanuts. No more 3+, 4+ pounders.
Watching Perkins struggle yesterday with the grass. You know, he rolled back to that spot where he was catching them, catching them the way he wanted to catch them. And then he said, man, I just can't crank because of the eelgrass kept getting on the line, clogging the plug up. So he had to pull a spinning rod out of the rod locker he borrowed from his brother because he doesn't own any spinning rods, and was catching them with a spinning rod. So it was unfortunate to see his pattern kind of fall off due to that grass. But I think we're going to see that today possibly as well. You can see some guys fall off and other guys pick up. Like, this has been a roller coaster of a tournament.
Absolutely. And we're talking to Gary Atkins, second place pro last night, and he said, I've had a different wind direction every day that I've been here. And we were touching on that with him. And, well, does it reposition the fish? And he said, no, the boulders are their boulders. He said they may sit on one side of them today, this side of them tomorrow, but they've basically been on the same stretch. He said, today I was just fortunate to land 5 bigger fish than I was on day one. Right. But he's certainly in the mix of this thing.
And you bringing up the wind. So before we went live, we're checking out the Windy app, looking to see what the wind's going to do, how it's going to progress throughout the day. And it's starting this morning to blow about 10 miles an hour out of the south. So then I scrolled and moved it towards about 3 p.m. And I had to show Luke, it's like a black hole. You can move your thing to anywhere. It's east, west, south. It's like a hurricane on Erie, but the wind is only going to be about 3 miles an hour.
Just from every different direction, it seems.
Don't ask me, bro. I don't even know what's going on out there, but it's going to be interesting.
Expect the unexpected. That's all we can say is Showdown Saturday for a reason. One thing that we can guarantee is somebody is going to hoist that beautiful shield at the end of the day. Somebody's taking home $50,000, and we're going to pay up 36 of our pros are going to get a great paycheck and be able to roll on to Toho with a little extra money in their pocket. And Progressive Angler of the Year points, of course, one event to go down there in Florida, and it will be a lot different than this one technique-wise. We're looking forward to that. Hope all of you can join us. Man, we're going to be here until 2 p.m. Eastern today. Like we said, we got James Worldwide Watson out on the water. We're making him bob around in the waves while we're in here in the studio eating snacks and taking care of business here in Wisconsin. Get that Black Rifle coffee. Grab you a Black Rifle coffee, get settled in. We're going to check out our fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And when we get back, we're going to take our first look at our top 5 anglers out there doing work on Lake Erie.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to stop number 5, Showdown Saturday, and a look at our leader, Scott the Thriller Siller, and it has been a thriller of a tournament thanks to him and some of these big bags of smallmouth. 26 pounds the first day, almost 21 yesterday, just shy of 21. And if you watch live coverage and you heard our intro this morning, and I said, these guys aren't getting a lot of bites. Wasn't the case for Siller yesterday. He had more bites than anybody we covered, and it seems like every time he sets the hook, it's a 3+ pounder.
It does, man. He's in a good area, and it almost seems like he's on the lookout. Like I don't want to say he's guarding his area, but you can tell like he's definitely going to be on alert for anybody creeping in. And it is Saturday, Labor Day weekend. He is offshore. He's out there. Shouldn't have a whole lot of company, but I'm sure that's on his mind a lot right now.
He's been completely alone other than a little run-in yesterday afternoon late where he had somebody try to slide in there on the goods late in the day. But day one, didn't see another soul, not another competitor. The perfect situation that all bass anglers entering a tournament hope for, that they find the motherland where all of these smallmouth are congregating in the right size and have it to himself, and he's certainly had that so far. We were able to catch up with the Thriller himself on Showdown Saturday as he launched there, Port Clinton, Ohio. Let's check in with Scott Siller.
Well, here we go. Showdown Saturday. Good position. I feel good with the lead, but having Gary Atkins on my butt, I don't like that too much, but we'll see. We're going to lean on him today. You know, I kind of took a couple of breaks yesterday, and I don't know, just got to keep my head down and keep going. There's been, every day there's a little window in there where they bite really good, and you know, I don't want to be sitting down when that window opens up. So we're going to fish hard all day, and hopefully we can get, you know, 20, 21, 22 pounds. I'll feel safe with that.
A lot of emotions going on today. How are you dealing with that?
I don't know, man. I feel pretty good. I feel, you know, I'm confident in what I'm doing, and I'm confident that the fish are there. So, you know, fishing gets a lot easier when you know the fish are down there. When you don't know they're there and you're kind of moving around a lot, I'd be nervous then. But I know the fish are there. I just got to keep my head down and, you know, go slow and get that bait in front of them. So, I don't know. It'll be all right.
Anybody you want to thank?
Obviously, Black Rifle Coffee for their support. You know, I want to say hi to everybody back in Wyoming, all my friends and family back there that are watching, and my daughter's a big fan, Brittany. I know she's watching the live stream today, so Kirby, the tap room, you know, I'm excited to, you know, hopefully have a great day with all of them watching, so big shout out to all of them, and Baby Cakes.
Get that chunk. Sweet
Look back
baby.
at some of the catches already for Siller this morning. Back out live with Siller. You can see there in that little snippet, big brown coming over the side. Just a little teaser. But Siller is certainly, we've been able to watch this morning since we got in studio.
Hey, good morning. Well, the day's starting off all right. We got two, one pretty good one. But man, this holiday weekend, I've already got a boat just pulled up on my best spot. He's about to start fishing. I caught one there right away, and I'm rotating through these three spots. So I'm gonna go see if he'll, you know, give it a rest for a little bit. I mean, there's a lot to fish out here, but that really kind of was a bummer. Other than that, man, I mean, we got all day. The wind's supposed to die down around 11 o'clock. And I think when that happens, it'll be a lot easier to set up and catch these fish. But they're here and they're biting. So just have to see how it goes.
Got a couple this morning already?
Yep. There's a third right there.
Hooked up live, the Thriller Showdown Saturday.
I lost a good one. Oh, that's a really good one.
The last thing Gary Atkins would like to hear right now is it's a really good one.
Yeah, it ain't really good, but good enough. Yeah, so I lost a good one this morning. First fish I've lost in the tournament. But I guess I'll just be grateful for what I have. And yeah, that's number 3. It's not very big, but that one we'll put a tag on. Try to get rid of her a little bit later. So I got 2 about that size, so those aren't gonna help me at all. I'm gonna have to do some fizzing here in a second.
Scott catching most of his fish in 18 to 20
so,
feet of water.
Like I said, I'm not complaining, that's for sure. 3 at 8:25 with a long day.
There's Bobby out there on the juice.
Yep.
Bobby's like, oh, I think I'm going to help the Thriller try to win 50,000. Something that Siller mentioned there in his interview, those of you that didn't watch yesterday, he's saying he took a break. He was going to fish really hard today. And what he means by that is he had 20 pounds in the box pretty early, and we saw him on live just kind of sit in the driver's seat, idle around. There's no pressure on his area, so he really did take a break yesterday for a little over an hour, just graphing around trying to see if there was another school of fish, but went back to fishing in the afternoon and made a couple of culls. So he said, I don't want to feel like I gave it away by not fishing to, and little did he know that the Atkins diet man himself was climbing up the leaderboard. And we're going to check in with Gary Atkins. Get a look right there at the local competition. Like you said, Labor Day weekend. And here is the man, winner of stop number 4, Gary Atkins, and your leader, the Progressive Angler of the Year, headed into that final event. Took the lead over here. And we were able to catch up with Mr. Atkins this morning. James Worldwide Watson himself was able to catch up with him there at the launch. And let's check in with Mr. Worldwide and Gary Atkins.
All right, this is day 3. We got Gary Atkins. You've been in this position before, haven't you, Gary?
Yes, I have. I was the winner of the Saginaw Bay tournament.
Oh, you got a little steeper hill to climb today, a little over 5 pounds out of the lead. How do you feel about that gap?
Well, that's a big gap to overcome, but if he slips up a little bit, I believe I'm around the right fish. It could happen.
Are you playing a numbers game and just getting a quality bite here and there, or are you just getting a few bites and they're all good?
Just getting a few bites. I've been fishing for 6, 7, maybe 8 bites a day, bass bites. There's a few walleye and sheephead mixed in there too.
All right. Drop shot key?
Drop shot's the key like always.
There you go. Drop shot rules the world when you come north. Just remember that. This is Black Rifle Coffee. Blast off 25. Gary's going to go out there and try to win his 2nd in a row.
It's a good start, number 1.
Look back, Gary, before we went live, doing some work already. Lake Erie. Live with Gary Atkins. Said he had 2 different areas he was utilizing. One was about 15 minutes from launch.
Things are pretty slow so far. There's still a lot of fish here. I can see them on the live scope. They're coming up and looking at the bait, but I'm having a hard time getting them to commit to it right now. I got one in the box. Not the right size, but it's got me confident that I can still get bites here. I'm just going to keep working this area. It's a big area, and hopefully I can still pick off a couple more here before I have to go to another area. This has been my primary area for the last 2 days. There's not a lot of, you don't get a lot of bites here, but it's usually quality. So I'm not going to quite abandon this area just yet. So I'm just going to keep picking away, and hopefully I can kill a few more bites here.
Trying to put them on that Atkins diet.
Well, it's a big shoal. I shouldn't even say it's a big shoal. It's a smaller shoal. It's just a round hump. It's got deep water all the way around it. It tops off about 10 feet of water. And there's this left-hand side of it's got a lot of big boulders on it. Them smallmouth stage up on them boulders. When I went to my primary spot, the sweet spot, I could see there's a lot of big ones on the boulders, but I just can't coax them to biting right now. Some point through the day, they're gonna bite. I just gotta be here when they're ready to do that. So I'm just moving about the area right now and hopefully find a couple roamers. Like the one I did get in the box, it was just a roamer, and I was able to pick it off, and I did miss one other one. So hopefully I can get 5. I'm just gonna keep working.
When he talks smallmouth, we listen.
Yeah, you daggone right.
Wisconsin pro, he certainly knows what he's talking about. And really, not just smallmouth, obviously, Progressive Angler of the Year leader, was in 2nd place coming into this event, has now taken that lead over heading into that last event. He's caught them all year everywhere.
Oh, they're in trouble in Florida because he has a lot of confidence going down Toho as well. So
loves to fish grass. And somebody that's confident coming into Showdown Saturday, we talked to him last night. That's our champ of stop number 1 this year and our champ of stop number 6 in our inaugural season there. That is Mr. Taylor Watkins. Taylor caught the 2nd biggest bag of the tournament yesterday after only weighing in 4 the first day and having a fish care penalty. Just overcame some adversity and put a big bag. Again, not getting a lot of bites. He said, hey, it may be boring to watch me. I'm not getting a ton of bites, but he is certainly a guy that knows how to close out one of these events. And we called up with him right before takeoff this morning. Let's check in with Taylor Watkins.
Good morning, guys. We're out here, Sandusky Bay, Lake Erie. It's been a wild 2 days. Day one, missed a couple opportunities, but that's the way it goes. That's fishing. Weighed in 4, lost the big one, but yesterday we went out and capitalized on those bites and brought in 23 pounds. So excited to get back out there today. We got one spot. We're gonna go, we're gonna park on it. We're gonna test out these Pro Guide batteries and see how long they'll last. We're gonna get out there and mill around and just poke around, and hopefully we can catch another 23 to 25 pounds and give them a scare up there at the top. So y'all stay tuned and keep up with us for the rest of the day.
Look at one of Taylor's first fish there this morning, and he is cool, calm, collected as always.
We're going to do a little middling, a little bit of poking.
Yeah,
see what happens.
Poking.
Try to get 23, 25 pounds. You know.
Very confident.
He's another one of those anglers, too, I just don't see getting mad.
No.
Yeah, it hadn't been too bad so far. I got 3. One good one that we can take to weigh in. I got one that I really need to get rid of, and one that I wouldn't mind being my smallest, but you know, on a day like today with us being 7 pounds down, I really would like to get rid of that one. So so far it's been a good morning. Still just plucking around. We're gonna stay here all day and see what we can do. I mean, this is the only spot that I've got. I've been here, you know, now's the 3rd day. Live scoping them. Got tuned in with Bass Boat Electronics. They got me all tuned in. We're looking at them, pitching to them, catching big old smallmouth. It's fun. Good for old Tennessee boy. I love it.
Taylor, I like that he claims to be a Tennessee boy. He's actually an Alabama boy by way of Tennessee now, but I want to speak to just the versatility. You hear him talking about live scope and drop shotting, but Taylor, we see him win with a big spinnerbait at Cumberland. We see him win with a jig on docks, skipping docks last year at Grand Lake. This guy's got a lot of Coosa River experience down in Alabama, now over in the East Tennessee area. Very versatile angler, and this speaks to it right here, why he does so well.
But not very much experience with smallmouth at all, right?
Never been here at all to this.
But just in general, though, with smallmouth, not very much experience. That's right.
So it's very, very cool to see a guy like him come here and be able to knock out a top 5, coming into this event, top 10 progressive AOI, and there's a reason behind that. But we're going to check out a young man that we heard a lot of great things about coming in this season, and he's had an up and down year, but he's certainly the last 2 events has stood on them, and that is Taylor Umland. Taylor had a huge bag yesterday, over 22 pounds, and tied with Keith Carson for that 5th place spot.
Came into this event setting in 21st place in that progressive AOI.
Yes.
Going to leave this event setting a whole lot prettier, probably.
No doubt about it. And we were able to catch up with Taylor, the 28-year-old pro, to get those emotions out there, what he's thinking on Showdown Saturday, his first Showdown Saturday in the top 5. Let's check in with Taylor Umland.
The area we're running to that I caught my biggest fish, I've only caught 1 giant in practice. I caught 2 giants yesterday, but I didn't catch any on the first day. And I only saw 2 boats on the first day and the second day. I only saw 2 boats on the first day and the second day when I was there. I'm hoping no one's been catching big bags there and then leaving, and then I suddenly see that I have a lot more company with me today because I haven't spent a lot of time on it. But I think if we can get the bites there, we're gonna have a really good day. But
back live with Taylor Umland, the Umland's Cheese Pro.
That's right.
Our favorite guy out here, really, just because you and I mean, I love a snack.
I'm all about a good snack.
We were talking with Taylor last night and trying to get the goods on his fishing. He was telling us we need to try the cheese.
That's what he was saying, man.
all right, we're out here by North Bass Island. Morning's starting out pretty slow. I've caught a couple small ones. but that's kind of par for the course. I think once it stays light a little longer, or the sun was up yesterday and they kind of held closer to the boulders, and I think that probably helped a lot. I'm not really seeing as many on these boulders that I had 2 or 3 fish on yesterday. I only caught one big one off it and I left. We'll probably try to hop around faster and just rotate spots to see if maybe they're still on some of them. But like I said, I haven't started out real strong any morning yet, and it scared me to death. But if I can get bit out here, it seems to be the right bites. I think the bigger ones seem to be sitting in that 18 to 21 feet, you know, right on that sand transition. If you have a couple of big rocks around it, it's just typical smallmouth stuff. I haven't seen any other boats fishing this far out. I've seen a couple boats kind of further up on the flat right here. There's probably some big boulders on there, but it's been shallower water up there, and I haven't really caught any big ones in outside of that depth range that I'm looking for. So we will see. What's that?
What's your thoughts being in the top 5 going to the championship round?
It's pretty exciting. I've been pretty close a couple times this year. I should have been in the top 5 at Saginaw. I had a largemouth hole that I did really, really well on, and I laid off it on day 2, and in regrets, I really wish I wouldn't have laid off it. It was a creek channel where the water was just funneling. Oh, that was a fish. The water was just funneling out with the, there's one.
Hooked up.
Attaboy.
Taylor Umland.
Could be a drum, might not be. It kind of feels like a smallmouth. I really hope it's a smallmouth.
So do we, bud.
Oh, it is a giant.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh.
Our anglers allowed to use nets in this event. It was a ruling that we made just for our northern swing, the last 2 events. With the league, no nets are allowed most of the time.
Oh, okay.
Hit it in the net. Attaboy.
We need it right there.
A little meat to go with the cheese.
She is long.
There you go.
Not as blimpish as I'd like. But that is what we're after right there.
That is why we came
noticed a lot of
to
these
Lake
fish,
Erie.
it looks like they've been in live wells before. The tops of their backs are all beat up. Shoot. Every day I bet it's 4 3/4, something close to that. Every day I've tried
It's a young man that has the composure of a veteran too.
To open as soon as I start fishing so that they already have water in it.
More ice. That's something we've been seeing this tournament.
Ooh, I'm shaking.
Even with that water temp being right around the 70s, and we're still adding ice.
And then I'm super jittery. I'm gonna have to fizz it as soon as I get enough water in there. I've had to fizz almost every one. Never fizzed a fish before until the first day of the tournament. But
They use a little G-Juice live well additive, and these
luckily,
guys, they do. He's talking about fizzing.
Doesn't
They
seem too hard.
Fish care of the utmost importance.
Ice, absolutely.
Yeah, taking every precaution necessary, because, hey man, let's be honest, that dead fish rule, it's heavy.
Penalty.
Plus, you know.
But that's But
That's
that
second.
just shows you with the league, the emphasis these guys are putting on conservation and fish care.
Absolutely. Of the utmost importance.
That was just on a regular Berkeley flatworm drop shot. Like I was saying a little bit earlier, I think I had a lot more luck dropping down to the 1/4 ounce drop shot weight. I don't know if that's just in my head or not, but it seems like that slower fall, maybe a little more natural presentation. I'm sure these fish have seen a million drop shots.
It's interesting, a lightweight. You know, Siller's using a heavy 3/4 ounce drop shot weight. And that's typical of these Great Lakes fisheries. You see that a lot, 1/2 ounce, 3/4, even 1 ounce drop shot weights at times. Guys want it to fall down fast, stay down there on the bottom in the current, where these guys are trying to mimic gobies. Going to a 1/4 ounce drop shot weight in that same deep water feels like that's getting them some bites. That's interesting there. Taylor Umland, of course, seeing that fish care come into play. We've seen some fish care penalties this week that have hurt some guys. We talked about that at the open of the show. Taylor Umland trying to do everything he can do to bring those bass back to Fisherman Central alive and kicking, and that's what all of our anglers are trying to do this week. And I think we're going to check back in with Tennessee's Taylor Watkins, the 2-time champ. So cool getting to say that, Fat Cat.
Hey, man.
Could be 3 times today. We love going into a Showdown Saturday with the chance of that. Taylor Watkins could certainly do it. 3 fish in the box already.
Well, and he's also, too, he's 7th in progressive AOY. You know, he went, it's a lot going on in this tournament, man. One more tournament left this year down there in Florida, but like this tournament right
down
here.
Down to the nitty gritty.
Have mercy. There's going to be some shaking and jiving at the end of this tournament on that progressive AOY leaderboard.
We need a giant one.
Talk to him, Taylor. Sing him a little song.
I think I need to get out a little bit deeper, find some bigger fish. Yesterday the wind was blowing real hard and they schooled up. They were all schooled up in one little school. I don't think it's gonna blow as hard today, so I may just have to peck around and pick one off here and there.
How'd you find this spot, Taylor?
The first day of practice, I just graphing around and saw this shoal out here, and I just started graphing this shoal. Came across these rocks, good-looking rocks on this shoal, and just started fishing around. Ended up catching a couple of fish, and one was a 5-pounder. And I didn't really spend a whole lot of time on it. I kind of thought I would just kind of figure it out during practice. And so that's what I did. I didn't have a whole lot of time during practice to really figure it out, but it worked out.
Taylor said day one.
I see one sitting here on this rock. Can't get on him though. I don't know where he went.
Day one ran to this area, said he caught 3 between 4 and 4 3/4 back-to-back casts to start his tournament, and then only ended up bringing in 4 fish. He's like, man, I would never guessed I would not have been able to catch a 5-fish limit the way it started.
He said he was hyped up. He said, oh, this is it. And like you say, just shut off on it.
Had 4 for 18, but then had a dead fish penalty, knocked him back to 4 for 17, and he said he lost one between 5 and 6 pounds the first day. So certainly could have been a different story going into Showdown Saturday for Taylor. Could have been a little closer to Scott Siller in the standings, but he's around those kind of fish to drop one of those 25-pound stringers for sure here on Showdown Saturday. We're going to take a look at our fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League, and we're going to catch back up with you on the other side for more Lake Erie big smallmouth action.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Welcome back to Lake Erie, and 2-time champ Taylor Watkins trying to run down his 3rd NPFL Shield and trying to sneak up those Progressive Angler of the Year standings and try to take home that Golden Shield down at Toho.
Yeah, man, sitting pretty right now in that Progressive AOY in 7th.
Seventh, and he was 50 points behind Timmy Reams, 53 coming into this event. But if he can stay in the top 5 and Timmy stays down there in that check range, he's certainly going to make up some ground. And I'd say you'll see Taylor ease his way into the top 5, possibly even top 3 headed into Toho. Because you got Eddie Carper ahead of him. Kevin Rogers was right ahead of him as well. They're going to fall behind Taylor this week. John Sokup. It's going to be interesting. Logan Millsaps, all the guys ahead of him stumbled a little bit this week. So,
like I said, that Progressive AOY leaderboard is going to look a little different going into Florida.
For those of you watching at home and you're hearing us talk about that, you're like, all right, enough. Progressive AOY, we get it. But it's, to me, and to a lot of people, I feel like, that Angler of the Year title, the single tournaments are awesome. We love covering, but man, the guy that wins that, he deserves a story to be told just because it is such a difficult task to maintain that consistency over 6 events all over the country.
Well, with our 6-event schedule, the diversity, like how we started, where we've been, it really shows whoever wins the Progressive AOY will be a very versatile, well-rounded angler. They're getting a taste of everything. What are you thinking? Like, he's not even a smallmouth guy. Here he is fishing well. It's just being able to adapt.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Was it the Thrilla in Manila?
That's
Siller,
right.
the Thrilla and Sandusky versus the Atkins Diet right here. Here we go. This is our blockbuster Showdown Saturday square off right here.
Like I said, and you know, Siller does have experience up here. He's been fishing up here, I think he says, since 2013, dragging a tube around. So, you know, he definitely has.
The Bassmaster Open up there, did.
Plenty of experience here.
You heard him say earlier, wanted to give a shout out to his family there in Wyoming. So from Wyoming, then spent a chunk of time right here in the area we're in Wisconsin, before settling in down in Florida where he lives now. So he'll be a threat there at Toho as well. I think he's been in Florida for a couple of years. We covered him at the Harris Chain last year. And then Gary is Wisconsin, born and raised, Great Lakes, loves Sturgeon Bay, Lake Michigan, had been to Sandusky several times, and he's certainly a guy you better watch out for today.
One good one, and I got 2 that I'll take, and one I got to get rid of. But I got one that's probably 5.5. That's a total guess.
He's been guessing close to the money this week.
Been good.
Not weighing his fish. He said his scales are messed up. He said the first day, some of those 5-pounders he was weighing in that he ended up weighing in, he weighed them on his scales and they're weighing 2.5 pounds. So if he wins today, he's certainly going to buy him some new scales, I think.
I'd say so.
He was telling us that yesterday. He's like, yeah, I'm not weighing them. They're way off.
Yeah, that wind totally changed directions, man. Big time.
A little bit about what Weatherman Fat Cab's talking about.
I gotta try a color change or something because they keep coming up. They keep coming up, looking at it, and they just will not eat it.
That's frustrating.
Let's try a smoke purple.
Looks like Siller's going to get set back up, and Gary's going to change baits. And so we're going to change over to a guy we've not got to catch up with yet this morning due to a long, long run he made. That's Missouri's Blake Felix.
Little change of scenery.
That's right, in the Detroit River. And I dare say that within a few hours, it will not be this smooth. Blake made a huge run across Lake Erie over to just inside of the Detroit River.
How long was a huge run?
Oh, it's taken him, it took him almost 2 hours this morning to get there, hour and 45
Have mercy.
from takeoff. So long ways over there. And he yesterday was able to back up his 21-pound first day with a 19-pound bag to have him right here in contention. And, you know, we pointed out this Labor Day weekend. It's the last boating holiday of the year, and in this part of the world, winter's on its way here in the next couple months, right? So everybody's going to get out playing today.
It'll start freezing here next week.
Yeah, good, very much good. To us Southern boys, it sure feels like it. But Blake, this area, it was for us when we covered him yesterday a little bit. It's the riskiest area for this afternoon for sure. Once that Labor Day traffic gets out in that Detroit River, it's known for its big boats. But Blake has mined this area for all it's worth. And we were able to catch up with Blake this morning at the launch before he made his journey across the big pond. Missouri's Blake Felix.
What do you need to do? I need to catch about 25 pounds, which is not impossible here. I haven't had a 25-pound bag yet, 21 and a half's the biggest bag I've had. They're there, but I've only got to fish for about 5 hours in 2 days. Today I actually get to fish for 5 hours. I think we got a shot. We just got to get there. It's a 2.5 hour boat ride one way. The waves are 3 to 4 footers, and you can only run about 22 miles per hour. So we're getting ready to take off, and I'm fired up and ready to go.
He made a liar out of me right out of the jump. 2.5 hours. Going a little further into that Detroit River than I realized.
He got a few rods on the deck of that boat too, doesn't he?
Well, guys, we made it over here in about 1 hour and 45 minutes. The fastest time we've made it over here yet. I've got about 5 hours to fish. I'm gonna throw a drop shot, drift in the current a little bit. I've got a couple boulders found up here. I'm actually almost on my waypoint now. Yesterday, first cast on the waypoint, I caught a 5-pounder. We got all day, we're gonna grind it out. There's lots of current coming down through here, and you want your bait as natural as possible. I'm just letting my bait drift with the current.
If you watched,
I thought he was cocking the hammer.
He's kind of stepping up, right? Setting up to drop the hammer. If you watched our coverage yesterday, the background for Blake a little bit different. Most of our anglers look like the red snapper fishing out in the middle of the ocean. But Blake is in the Detroit River fishing current breaks, as he was saying there. And this is a popular deal. And it really, from what I understand about this area and talking to locals, this really starts to get better the month of September, October. Those fish will gang up in that river and really start to feed.
You were lucky yesterday, James.
Oh, no, he's got Watson with him?
Oh, boy.
We're sorry, Blake. That's a lot of camera right there. Boat to boat, camera, we're covered up.
I ended up having a flurry right after you guys passed me and caught 3 big ones back to back to back. Yeah. There's that rock right there. That's been the spot right there. I've already smoked every drop shot I got. Start the retie process. I think I retied like 20 times yesterday, maybe more. It's just part of it when you're fishing current. It's hard to slow down and retie though when you're trying to catch them.
Familiar with some of that, haven't been here before, talking to some locals, I really thought this was going to play. So the fact that Blake's kind of our
well, that yeah, and then it's also with it being one of the places that generates good current as well. A lot of our current anglers.
Got a lot of man-made structure, but then also you've got the river ledge breaks, boulders. They catch them off of buoys, those seawalls.
Slow down, Blake, slow down.
Felix gets re-rigged. We're going to check back in with second place pro, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins. Real shot pro just up there doing it. Putting him on that Atkins diet.
Yeah, he is.
Looks a little different than where Blake's at.
Just a little. Just a little.
But Blake goes through that to get to where to get to the smooth green pastures he's in.
Oh my God. That was a good one too. I watched him come up and eat it. Jesus. Yeah, maybe the color changes it. God almighty.
Yeah, this morning we've seen him. He said
Gary tells me one's a good one. It's a good one,
well,
right?
He said he's been having issues watching the fish on his forward-facing sonar go after the bait but not eat the bait. He said, man, let me make a color change. He's made a color change, and now they're seeming to take a little nibble, just not eating it.
Just a little nibble. These guys are going to need every fish today if Siller does what he's been doing.
Well, like you're saying, Siller's already off to a great start.
Even if Scott doesn't have a 20-pound bag today, like we've seen the last 2 days, and of course that's always possible out here, from what we've seen with fish moving and changing wind directions and things, making it difficult to fish, one of these guys chasing him is going to need a 20-pound plus bag still.
Sure.
You know, to secure a victory against him.
And with you saying that,
have to catch him.
out of our top 5, Blake Felix is the only one that didn't catch a 20-pound sack yesterday.
That's right.
All of our other guys, multiple 22-pound sacks, 21 and 20-pound.
No doubt about it. We're off to a fast and furious start here on Showdown Saturday. We would expect nothing less from this Great Lakes region and these big smallmouth. Take a look back at some of the morning's action. Taylor Watkins getting it started as soon as he basically dropped the trolling motor in. Gary Atkins, winner of Stop 4, Saginaw Bay. We saw him there with a near miss. Great fish for Taylor Watkins, already 3 in the boat, and the thriller himself, Scott Siller, picking up where he left off.
Trying to seal the deal.
Yes. Taylor Watkins.
They're not going to let him have it, though.
Taylor Watkins, 3 nice fish in the boat, and that's ahead of schedule for him compared to where he was yesterday. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard, and this is, as we said yesterday, due to a lot of different circumstances, this is very, very unofficial, but Scott Siller still sitting at the top of it, and he has not registered any fish on his Way Live tracker. Didn't do it the first 2 days either, but we're going to say he's got 3. I'll go 8 pounds. He's got 3 for about 8 this
Let's
morning.
go with 8.
So I would say he's in the 55-pound range this morning already. But Luis Fernandez moving up the leaderboard, 43 pounds, 13 ounces. Randy Kukral, Ohio angler. We talked a lot about coming into this event. Left the bass boat at home for a big walleye boat, and it's paying off for him in this event. Doug Chapin there in 4th place. Chad Randall started the day in 9th place, still hanging in that top 10. Ryan Satterfield, Gary Atkins, Keith Carson, no surprise there. Blake Felix and Taylor Watkins rounding out our unofficial top 10 here in this 9 o'clock hour. And yesterday we talked a lot, Fat Cat, about the fact that Way Live tracker, we lean on that to tell the story, and then we've got cameras with our top 5, but really doesn't tell the entire story the last 2 days due to the fact that these guys, a lot of them are fishing around Canada. They get in areas where they just don't have cell phone service, so we don't have 100% of our field reporting their weights, and we've been surprised every day when that drive-through weigh-in starts.
We definitely have been surprised, but we haven't been surprised that some of the anglers may even be taking advantage of that. May not be going boop, boop, beep, boop, putting everything into that beat down Mounts Way Live tracker.
Too busy culling and taking care of fish.
There's a lot going on out there. We've seen these guys try to stay on the bow of that boat. We've only seen one angler so far not using a pedestal seat, and that was Dan Blackard. He was up there with his PFD on, though, doing what he had to do, but it's not as crazy as Erie can get.
That's
but some of these boys aren't used to being out there fishing this constant chop. And I think as the day goes on, that's going to simmer down a little bit. And I think as that simmers down, it seemed like yesterday, the more that simmered down, the better the bite got for some of the guys.
No doubt about it. And you can see with a lot of our anglers overcast this morning. We saw that yesterday, and it seemed like as that haze overcast moved out and that sun came out, those big ones started biting. later in the day. We certainly saw it yesterday, and fingers crossed we see it again today. We're going to get back out on the water with the thriller himself, Mr. Scott Siller, our leader on Showdown Saturday.
That's his nickname, man. Scott the Thriller Siller. He's living up to it. He's living up to it. He's keeping us on the edge of our seats. You know, we were thinking, man, is he going to, you know, he's going into day 3, Showdown Saturday, with a 5-pound, 5-ounce lead. Good cushion. But you're like, man, is he going to be able to hold on to it? Can he do it? Starting off this morning, making
a little quicker start than he had yesterday.
Believers. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the boys and gals down at the tap room are a little excited to see what he's doing. Curious to see how it also worked out with the company he had show up on his good spot. He doesn't seem to be rattled. I think he was able to handle that situation.
Black Rifle coffee and get him out of there.
It, yeah, a little
hey,
wheel
would you like
and dealing.
A subscription? Here you go.
Yeah, man.
Here's on me,
Use
buddy.
that blast off code 25, blast off 25, and get 25% off that subscription. That's what he told him.
Tell him I sent you. I'm Scott Siller.
That's right.
I'll buy you $50,000 worth of coffee if you just leave.
A couple fish sitting there. Get it in front of their face here in just a second.
Stating the obvious, but our game is played on public waters, holiday weekends. So you never know what could happen, and that's why we said expect the unexpected. There could be a lot of things go down. Even with a huge lead, we saw Siller the first day with a huge mechanical issue. Luckily, one of his running mates, Dustin Williamson, was able to come take his fish in, but
no, they're in the cooler. I took them out.
It's risky fishing out in that big water.
It is, definitely. Well, we're getting a look inside of the lunchbox of Scott Siller. What's any snacks in there? Oh, yes, sir. A little Black Rifle action. Camera guy getting amped up this morning. I seen him.
It's the Scott.
Oh, look.
Scott,
is he going to shotgun it? He's going to shotgun it.
Scott show here.
Look out.
The man.
Are they going to share it? What are they doing right now?
Showing us the nutrition facts on that Black Rifle.
Thanks here. Check the fish.
Scott's got 3 areas that are very close together. He was telling us, Fat Cat, that he's rotating through. He'll give one just a few minutes, cranks up, moves to the other. He's never really getting on pad. He's idling in between, but he lets these spots rest.
Something else interesting he did say, when he's around boulders that he's familiar with, good-looking boulders, when the boulders are tight together, he said he may not even see fish on his forward-facing sonar. He would drop down there anyways, and boom, there was Big Belly Kelly. Did that several times to get them good bites.
So they're just holding so close to the boulders, he felt like yesterday. He was telling us that on live. He's done a fantastic job breaking this area down for us. And we said after day 1 when we talked to him, you and I was like, uh-oh, this is special. So Siller's going to do some fish carry. He's going to do a little bit of fizzing there. And we're going to check back in with second place pro Gary Atkins. Wisconsin pro trying to run down Scott Siller. Of course, Siller, we just talked about, still sitting on 3 early on Showdown Saturday.
And this is probably the biggest threat in the field. Experience, momentum. You know, Gary Atkins, very familiar up here, coming off a win from Saginaw. A lot of confidence coming into this event. Okay, he hooked up. See peel and drag too, boy.
Atkins diet working so far here. Showdown Saturday.
Oh yeah, it's the right one too.
No easy way to do any of this by yourself. Whether it's netting, scooping the smallmouth, whatever the case is. Rough water, spinning rods, light line.
It's a situation.
Nice fish for Gary. Oh no.
That's the problem with light line.
Broke.
That was a big one. That was over 5.
That's heartbreaking.
All right, Gary. We got this.
We saw him overcome serious adversity on the final
exactly
day.
where I was about to go. I like the positive attitude. He said, we got this.
We got this.
My man, keep that positive energy rolling, bro. Plenty more than 5-pounders out there. You know, and talking to him in the round table, he said things that he would have done different is not get on his knees and net a fish. Not saying that was the issue there at all. He broke the line, but, you know, we talked about some mistakes he may have made.
I saw that fish sitting on a boulder. I watched my line come down to it, and I watched you go right over to it and eat it. And I'm like, that's the way it's supposed to work. But apparently I had too light a line. I was fishing with 7.3 line because I thought that would make a difference, and obviously it did. It bit, but and I had my drag set loose. I don't know.
If he's fishing around boulders, all that line has to do is rub and a little chafe in that 7.
Or even the teeth of the smallmouth. They get that flatworm too deep, nick that line just a little bit with
They're
their
here.
teeth.
They're everywhere. I can see them. So.
Okay. You go bounce back. I like it.
Tough break for Gary.
I would have broke every rod in the boat right there. I've been headbutting the console. Y'all would have had to come pick me up.
I believe that. I do believe
It's a lot of pressure, man. He knows how important that fish was and knows what he needs to get where he wants to be. And like losing that, still early. And that's one good thing about the top 10 on the final day. First flight out, last flight in. They start at 7. Don't have to be back until 5:30. So he has plenty of time, you know, to get 5 good ones in the boat.
Terrible situation, but it could be a lot worse because James Watson could be right over his shoulder just agging him on over the fact that he just lost a fish. And I'm getting word we're going to get to catch up with the skinny dog himself, James Worldwide Watson.
All right, day 3, NPFL. We're in the Detroit River. We're not with the leader. The leader, Scott Siller, has got a 5-pound advantage over Gary Atkins. But I'm here to tell you right now, Gary Atkins is not the guy that you want trailing you. 5 pounds is a lot, but Gary's got a possible chance to win his 2nd NPFL title in back-to-back events. So, going to be an interesting day. We're on Blake Felix. We're going to get our day started.
There you go. Watson on the scene, son. On the scene.
Of course Watson picks the smooth water. Went over there and put in the Detroit River.
I had that happen.
Well, they towed
his mess on that right there.
They towed his boat up there with a limousine.
No doubt about a Hummer limousine is what I heard. Back out live with Taylor Umland. You know Watson conned Taylor Umland out of some cheese this morning.
Oh, I want to con him out of some cheese snacks. What are you talking about?
Goby. It's amazing how many gobies can be down there swimming around the same rocks that a smallmouth is. So to our left, we got a big, it's just where it drops off into about 23, 24, and it's just sand. And I'm kind of drifting right down the edge of where the boulders are right now, just kind of casting at whatever fish I can see on the live scope, using the 360 to kind of identify which way I should point the live scope. And pretty much anytime you see one just hugging a rock, you can bet it's a smallmouth. but it doesn't always mean you get them to bite. Like that seemed like a smallmouth. He was hugging a rock. Or it was a goby that was just nibbling on it.
Is the sun a helper for you?
You know, I honestly don't know enough about, I haven't spent enough time out here to really know. Everybody says that it helps smallmouth. Bite better, set up better, see better because they're sight feeders. So I don't imagine it can hurt.
What do you think those smallies love those rocks so much?
I mean, there's so many gobies that live around them. I notice if I do get on like good boulders that seem like they should have the smallmouth on them, that seems to be where I'll also get more goby bites.
Every time he says goby, all I can think about is Colby. Colby cheese.
Gouda stuff from Taylor Umland there.
Gouda stuff. I hear you.
Umland's Cheese Pro. And we're going to take our cheesy jokes and go to a commercial break, and we'll catch you on the other side for more Lake Erie action. Stop number 5, the National Professional Fishing League.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have fully loaded, which is full nicotine, half cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's gonna fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's gonna fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
So many times where I've kind of lifted up on it. I was like, that could be a rock, and then I can feel it like mouth it and let go. So I'm a little jumpier after I've missed a couple that way for not setting the hook right away.
Welcome back to Lake Erie. Stop number 5 presented by Fisherman Central, and that's where we've been having the weigh-ins every afternoon, that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. They're at Fisherman Central headquarters, Port Clinton, Ohio. If you're in the area, be sure to go by there today. Weigh-in's going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when all things will become official. Big Al brings the boom. Our 109 pros bring these big smallmouth in. From Taylor Umland, we're going to go check back in all the way over in Detroit Rock City with Mr. Blake Felix. Making that long journey every day, you need that top 5 check just to cover the gas bill.
No doubt.
The haul, man. While we were away, checking in with those sponsors, Blake was doing work. We're going to take a look at that real quick. Blake Felix and the Detroit River.
Hooked up.
Oh.
I don't know if he's a keeper or not. I didn't see him.
After that long run, that first bite's got to feel pretty good.
Yes, sir.
It's like we got keeper number 1. We'll take it. I've noticed the last few days in the morning the fish have been smaller. I caught a 5-pounder yesterday, but after that it took a while to catch them. I don't know if I'm starting to catch them all or what. Lost my sinker again. Should be a keeper.
Small keeper for Felix.
What did he say? He said he was going through like 20, 25 weights a day, wasn't he? Drop shot weights.
He was going on point there.
Yeah, heading up to this tournament, I planned on largemouth fishing because I'm not a smallmouth guy. I don't know anything about it. So I just brought all largemouth stuff. I didn't even bring any spinning tackle. So I had to borrow a couple rods from some guys, and I bought 3 new spinning reels from Fisherman's Tackle. Just kind of using what I got. Oh, there's a little one there. If you haven't been to Fisherman Central, you got to check it out. That place is the ultimate tackle store in the world. Never seen anything like it.
He ain't lying either.
Talk about a change in plans. I was going to fish for a largemouth. Then I ended up running 2 hours over the Detroit River and buying spinning rods just so I could fish. That is something right there.
And look where he's at.
It's top 5.
It's interesting to hear.
If you're a guy at home, or you're watching this after the event, and you competed in this event, you brought 30 spinning rods and smallmouth fishing, you finished 100.
That's the first day I've done that. Felt like I was catfishing. It was real hard to fish yesterday in here because we have all this grass that's blown out from the wind. About every other cast you get tangled up in grass. Makes it real scary when you're reeling in them big fish and the grass is all around the hook. It freaks me out. Ah, dang it.
From Lake Felix back out onto the big pond, Wisconsin's Gary Atkins. The man with really the best shot chasing down Siller.
It came into Showdown Saturday, a little over 5 pounds behind. The leaders got the thriller Siller. Watched him a few minutes ago lose one. He said it was probably over 5. Line broke on him right at the boat as he was about to net it. Heartbreaker. Kept his composure. Said he knows he's around good ones. He'll keep on grinding. It was interesting too watching him this morning. He said he was around fish, was watching fish in that forward facing sonar, and they were come up and check that drop shot out and kind of turn away from it. He said, man, I ought to change colors. Change colors, and next thing you know, boom goes a dynamite. Look, I almost called that. I'm pretty good.
This feels like the right kind.
There we go.
Oh yeah. Not the right size, but it's the right kind.
All these anglers going through walleye and drum or sheep's head, as they call them in this part of the world, to get to those smallmouth. They all take up residence on some of these shoals. Nice
yeah,
fish.
It's not a bad one.
It's a good one.
We got this, guys. We got this.
There you go.
Another nice fish for Gary.
There. Get my head straight. Back on straight. Oh boy, she's got her pretty deep. I think I can get that out though. He's not bleeding, but he does have it pretty deep.
I'd say that one ate the flatworm.
I'd say so.
And see, that could very well have been the problem on the last one that he broke off. Like I said, the rocks obviously can chafe your line, but those smallmouth teeth are brutal. Nice one in the box for Gary.
It's 2 guys.
There you go.
I'm back to my primary area. They were a little finicky this morning, but it seems like when I'm dropping it on now, they're coming to it pretty quick. So hopefully the bite's on and I can recover from that 5-pounder I lost and still put a good showing on today. So we're gonna recoup from that one. I know we are. We got to. We got no choice. Come on, baby.
We've seen it with Gary a few times this year. He's able to keep his composure.
There
were a couple train wrecks there at Saginaw Bay early.
Well, we saw
that final day.
He was getting ready to get sideways a couple times, but he caught himself. We saw him way out on the deck of the boat one time.
That's right.
In Saginaw. It's a roller coaster, man. I don't care how long you've been doing this. I don't care who you are.
I don't know if the color change helped or sometimes smallmouth gets so finicky that a little bit of a color change can make a difference. So, you know, I had been catching them on green pumpkin, but it just didn't seem like they wanted anything to do with this morning. I went to this smoked purple flake and now I'm starting to get bites. So we'll stick with this for a while. Yes.
Adjustments are always key, and that's what we said yesterday. That'd be the theme with the different wind conditions these guys are seeing, sun, clouds. That the guy that could stick with it and stick with his area and make the best adjustments will be the one hoisting the shield. So Gary's certainly trying to do that this morning. And we're going to check back in with a guy that's made all the right adjustments a couple of times out here with the league. That's two-time champ, Taylor Watkins. Out in that Pelee Island area that's so famous here in Sandusky. It's not as easy as just, I'm just going to go out to Pelee Island and catch them. It's a gigantic area, and it's a pretty good haul out there from takeoff.
And there's a lot going on, too. The wind could be a different direction on what side of the islands you're on. It's a lot of different variables.
Taylor said basically he's 6 miles from any land. Way out there on this shoal, hooked up. All right, Taylor Watkins. Very good fish.
Stinking walleye. Gosh dang it.
Oh, it's dinner. Wally.
Not what you want to catch on Showdown Saturday. I get that heart bumping.
Yeah, dude.
Taylor, if you can save that for us. Oh, never mind. Thanks. Have you fillet it?
Take that.
Have Watson meet you at the ramp with it.
Oh yeah, I wrap that thing in aluminum foil, put it in the microwave for about 30 minutes. Son, a couple pieces of loaf bread, fire extinguisher to put the fire out.
Follow along for more cooking with the big cat.
That's right, we got you covered over here.
Throw some Umland cheese on there. Wash it down with a nice tall Black Rifle coffee.
And you're good to go. That sun's starting to work itself out too, isn't it? Starting to burn that overcast up a little bit. See that blue sky peeking through?
A lot of boats out there in that Taylor Watkins area. Obviously not bass boats, but
that's only gonna get.
See some land over there. He's a little closer than 6 miles. He was telling us last night that he was way, way out there. So he might be a little closer to the island today. He said the shallower he goes, the more bites he gets, but the size goes way down.
A lot of
that's
guys.
Right. That's definitely been a theme of the week.
Catching them in 15 foot of water. When they moved out there to that 19 to 21 foot, quantity went away, quality got better. Heard that from a lot of guys. Like you said,
Certainly seems like where those 4+s are hanging. That, and not to say you couldn't catch one shallow, but
sure.
We're going to check back in with Gary Atkins, second place pro, trying to run down Scott Siller. A lot of our anglers, it's no surprise, utilizing that forward-facing sonar this week. Been crucial. And while we were away, checking in with Taylor while he was catching dinner, I believe Gary put one on the board. We're going to take a look at that replay. Gary with a couple in the box already this morning. Showdown Saturday, a big miss, 5-pounder.
Little guy. But I'll take him for right now. I don't know where the little ones came from. I don't even know if he's 14 inches. Easy, 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 easy.
Certainly not the
It's
size
nice when there's
Gary's
three on a
gonna
boulder
need.
and you watch your bait fall down and you watch them all rush to it.
Not the size we've seen many of our
That's
guys.
14 inches.
I haven't seen many of our guys catch that size either.
A lot of our anglers, when they set the hook, it's serious.
Yeah, he'll make 14. He barely 14, but hey, until I get 5, he's going in the box.
Heard that, buddy.
Oh, you know what I have?
Back live with Gary. You see him just making short pitches with that drop shot.
I got 3 fish in the box. It's been a tough bite this morning, but just searching my area here, they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. I made a color change and it seems to make a difference. I now have 3 in the box. Still don't have the right size fish. I did lose one about 5 pounds. Unfortunately, snapped me off at the boat. We're just going to keep working this area and hopefully I can still get them 5 big bites. There's lots of fish here today. My live scope, I can see them everywhere. They're just a little bit finicky, and every once in a while you can get one to trigger. So right now I'm just still optimistic. I can pull a big bag out of this area. I don't see any reason to panic just yet. We're just going to keep working this area, stay positive, and hopefully by the end of the day I can still get this thing won.
Attaboy.
Stuff from Gary. Trying to climb that Siller the Thriller Mountain.
That's right.
Today
Like you said,
with
we've
the
talked
rest
about
of our
it.
field.
Not to be redundant, but this top 10, man, they have a long day. They were able to launch this morning at 7, not to check in until last flight at 5:30.
Very important to watch the weigh-in because our coverage cuts out at 2 p.m. The guys have a lot of time after we quit running our mouth about bass fishing to upgrade and do work. And by the time they show up at Fisherman Central, a lot can change from the story we're telling here. And we've seen that this year a couple times.
Yeah, we've seen it all week.
Our anglers love that though, man. That late check-in, you really earn it. You get in that top 10, you get to go out first, come in last. It's such a cool thing here with the league. And from Gary, back over to the man himself, the thriller, Scott Siller. Siller's in one of those areas that services jumps around a little bit. We saw that a little bit with him yesterday. And while we were away, Scott was doing a little bit of work, as he has for the first 2 days. And he got out to a quick start here on Showdown Saturday. Let's take a look back at Siller's latest catch, the thriller himself.
You can see a little difference from now compared to this. Red back. But even though they're starting to calm down a little bit out there for him.
A little bit.
That chop's starting to settle down a little bit.
Every one of those that comes over the side makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, it does. Calm, cool, and collect as he has been the whole tournament. Easy now.
I'm gonna let that one go. Just because it's making me nervous. Because that one just isn't very big.
Already making Cole's. The last time we checked in with Scott, he had 3 fish. So now back out live with Siller. It looks like he's gonna do the deal he does, which is moves around frequently. He'll pull up, fish these boulders.
Got a good little rotation going.
Absolutely.
Good little rotation. All right, okay.
Warming up, got to get out of those layers.
I thought he was about to show us why they call him the Thriller.
You're saying that's a stage name?
Could be.
Potentially?
He's a smooth operator. Yeah. He's pulling glow sticks out of the rod locker right now.
While Siller makes a move, we're going to check back in all the way over in the Detroit River with Mr. Blake Felix.
Seeing things, or if there's a bird up here tangled up in this railing. Looks like something's hurt up there. Oh, I just had a little one bite it. Dang it.
That same seawall current break area. And you wonder, how many smallmouth can this place give up over the last 2 days? Over 21 pounds day one, 19 yesterday. I mean, he has mined this little stretch.
He's been doing work. I'm glad to see it still calm right there. Because I got a feeling, come around lunchtime, this will get a little busy.
Because even though it's a 2-hour run, close to 2 an hour, he said 2.5 one of the days.
This wall up here. See that bird? Yeah. Is he hung up, you think? Hell, I can get him off there.
Uh-oh.
What? Oh no.
Eagle.
Motor
Is that
City
bird
bald
tied
eagle?
up to something?
Could be.
Has he got a hook in his mouth? Does he?
Look at Blake Felix.
Dang it, I hate that.
Saving the day.
I can't get out of the boat, but if I can reach him, I'll get it out of there. What is it? Is it a goose? It's a seagull. A lot better than a goose. They'll hurt you.
Seagull. Come on now. It's an eagle.
Oh, poor guy.
Take the S off the
That
front
cat's
of
a
it.
wildlife professional.
Eagle.
There's no way you could push him close to me at all?
That lady's like, I'm not touching that dang bird.
Come here, buddy.
That's lunch.
Let's see if I can grab the line. Come here, bud.
Oh, we about to see a show right here, folks.
I know. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah.
Showdown Saturday, baby.
Let me see what you got. Gosh dang it. I know, buddy.
Blake Felix, the seagull whisperer.
I know. Is there any way you could hand me the pliers? Sorry.
All right. What kind of bonus pounds did we give him? He got to get some kind of
forceps.
Thank you. Come here, bud. Come here, buddy.
Yeah, shout out to cameraman John Moab for being the
Did you swallow it?
surgical.
Nurse.
Yeah.
in the operating room here.
I know. Oh, buddy, you swallowed it.
Blake has a soothing voice about him.
Well,
bird whisperer.
Come here. Let me see what you got. Let me see. Ouch. You bit the shit out of me. Unfortunately, he swallowed it.
Yeah. Right.
So we're just gonna have to let him. It's down in his throat.
It'll come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll rust.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, ma'am. We are in a tournament. Yeah. Thank you. Poor guy. Yeah, no problem. I can't stand that stuff. He might be all right. I don't know.
Blake Felix out here saving lives, fishing for $50,000 and over there saving a seagull.
He's over there walking down that fence.
Probably eating another hook as we speak right now.
Poor guy, man. I feel bad for him. I hate that stuff. I'll tell you right now, don't underestimate a seagull. He bit the crap out of me. I bet you money someone hooked that thing and got scared and just left it. I hate that.
Yeah, it looked like there was a rod and reel laying. Obviously, he was attached to a line, but there was a rod and reel just
really?
laying on the seawall there.
Maybe they were using it for bait.
Musky fishing with
big
seagulls.
fish in Lake Erie.
Good stuff with Blake Felix. Great job. Good Samaritan.
Yeah, man, very good. Take your time out of your day. Like I say, fishing for $50,000, Showdown Saturday. And you're so far away from the ramp, like every minute that you waste is crucial.
No doubt about it. He said he's fished 5 hours total in 2 days.
That wasn't 1 minute wasted. He did a great deed, man.
We're going to get
and
back out.
He got bit in the middle of it.
No doubt about it. Charlie bit his finger.
Watson would have bit him back.
Watson would have left that bird. Let's all be honest with that. Let's all be honest.
He would have made him a pet.
From Felix, we're going to get back out to our leader. Scott,
there's all that bait right
Siller.
there, little bitty shad.
A little excitement. See some good fish catches. Seen some heartbreak this morning with Gary losing that 5-pounder breaking off the boat. Watching Blake Felix rescue wildlife. Scott Siller out here got throttled down. He's not letting off these
No mercy.
No mercy, man.
Siller.
It's going to be hard to catch up with him this tournament.
And just starting to creep into that bite window, we saw him do all of his major damage yesterday. Not even 10 o'clock yet. Already 5 in the box. Over a 5-pound lead. Going to put pressure on the boys today.
That's right. All he has to do today is fish clean, get a good 5 in the box, and everybody else they're going to make it back.
Make it back on time.
Yeah, man. Everybody else got a heck of a
We
mountain
have to
climb.
say that because we've had these instances. We saw it with Brandon Perkins last year.
You
Had
opened
the
the
AOY in the bag, has a mechanical issue right outside the ramp. Comes in late, misses winning Angler of the Year just due to a late penalty. He caught enough fish to win.
You opened the show with it yesterday and today, talking about do we know of your first place and second place not being able to make it back to the ramp with their
day one catches, yeah. And Siller fishing with a borrowed lower unit from Clemens Boats there, our official service provider this week. Insane, man. And it's all working out for Scott for sure. Up to this point. We're going to check in with our sponsors that make everything possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And you're going to get to see some uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. Keep an eye on that leader, Scott Siller, and we'll see you on the other side back out on Lake Erie for more smallmouth action.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
And welcome back to a familiar scene. Imagine that. Scott Siller unhooking another nice Lake Erie smallmouth here. Stop number 5, presented by Fisherman Central.
Yeah, not much, probably about the damn same size as that one we just threw away. But I'm gonna keep it, just have 5.
Oh, so he didn't have 5 on that. Gonna fizz this fish. So he doesn't have 5. He chunked one.
Wow.
Interesting.
I think he was trying to call one out that wasn't doing well.
I got you. So that's going to be his 5th fish then. Sounds like.
Sounds like, but don't get me lying on air. I don't even know what's going on.
Maybe we can get the Scott peeper there in the back of the boat, cameraman, to ask, what's the update on the fish? Is that our 5th fish, Mr. Siller? The Scott show out there on Lake Erie.
Got the boys in the house. Want to know if that was your 5th fish? Actually, we caught a bunch more, but you finally kept 5, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I had one that was about 3 pounds that I just didn't really, it was doing fine, but I just, in this one too, it's like, I'm gonna keep it for now just because I don't want to have bad karma, but I definitely got like 2 or 3 fish I have to get rid of. I don't have much for weight at all. I got 5, but with Atkins behind me, not near enough.
Now, you dropped a couple earlier. You had any special reasons for dropping those other ones before we had a full bag?
Well, yeah, because if a fish dies, you got to keep it. And so I mean, it was doing fine, but just based on the size of it and the number of fish that are here, I didn't really want to risk keeping it in live well and missing it. And then if it dies, I got to keep it. And so that's why I got rid of it. But right after I did that, for like the next 20 minutes, I was like, yeah, it's going to haunt me. So, and I feel like it kind of did even with this fish, just because, you know, it was small. But we got all day to get some bigger ones. I need to upgrade. I'm going to keep it. I'll keep these 5 and I'll cull them like you normally would in a tournament, but definitely not happy at all with my weight.
Still feeling confident?
Yeah, feel great, man. I mean, I got one in there that's, I mean, it's got to be over 5, and I got another one that's probably pushing 4. So I got 2 that I'll definitely be grateful for, but those other 3, they're going to hurt. So I got to get rid of them.
A couple of honey holes yet that we haven't explored?
I got 2 or 3 other rock piles I haven't hit. I've really only focused on 2 so far. I'll probably start hitting some more of the isolate. Once I had a limit, I wanted to start hitting more of the isolated rocks, because it seems like the bigger fish are on just the really small deals. These bigger ones that I've been hitting, there's multiple fish on them, and I think that's when I'm running into these smaller fish. So I want to try to get some of these boulders and stuff that only have 1 or 2 fish on them, because those are the bigger ones. So that's the plan.
Good stuff there with our leader. Kind of a look into his mindset so far here on Showdown Saturday. And we see this some in smallmouth tournaments. Culling takes a lot of time, and then if you were to incur one of those fish carrier penalties, obviously you cannot cull a fish once it's passed away for multiple reasons. And so he had one that wasn't doing great to him. You know, he's like, I don't know. So he chunked it before he even had a 5-fish limit. But he's saying he's got a 5-pound plus fish in there, a 4-pounder.
Get 2
that
for
last
over 9.
one was a 3-pounder for sure. And I mean,
got a comfortable 14 or 15 probably.
Yeah, he's got a bag already.
The way he's talking, man, he's playing chess, not checkers.
No doubt about it.
He's thinking about it.
No doubt about it. And he is. Gary's in the back of his mind, and
rightfully
so. Yes. There's the juice right there. Those coveted Berkeley flatworms that all these smallmouth up here in the Great Lakes region seem to just love. And somebody that you love so much, I'm kind of on the fence with him. James Worldwide Watson is gonna break down that flatworm for us over there in the Detroit River. Let's check in with JMFW.
Oh, Teddy Bear Watson.
All right, you can see by watching live that one of the most popular styles of fishing up here in this tournament has been the drop shot, and it's a simple setup. It's simply the sinker on the bottom and a hook tied above with your bait. This is about 10 or 11 inches long of a drop leader on it. A #1 style circle hook. Very, very popular. And the most popular worm that seems to be catching most of the fish is a Berkeley flatworm, a max scent flatworm. But usually you'll see all this rigged up with, a braided reel with 10 or anywhere from 6, 8 to 10 pound line on the fluorocarbon line. It's a cool setup. It is the #1 fish catching mechanism in this whole tournament.
Stuff from Watson there, back out to Siller. And it is funny to see the transition over the years, just like with electronics, and we have such a, so many advancements in the last few years, whether it be spot locking trolling motors or forward facing sonar, the 360s, the great mapping that points these shoals out. But the spinning equipment has gotten better. The braided lines have gotten better. The fluorocarbon's a lot tougher than it used to be. But then we have all these scents these smallmouth are really into, like the max scent. We see with bait fuel as well.
Sure,
a lot of different things going on. We saw it with Berkeley Gulp just a few years ago.
You've seen it now, Big Bite Sensation.
No doubt about it. There are several people that producing baits that smallmouth tend to get on, really focused in on that scent. But what's amazing to me is growing up watching events on the Great Lakes, it was tubes, and then more tubes for the most part. And the drop shot really it's king. In the last few tournaments, whether it be the Elite Series, Major League Fishing, or NPFL, these northern events are dominated by the drop shot, and the flatworm in particular.
Absolutely. The northern swing.
Well, it was back in the day when I started. I don't know what they're teaching them now, but yeah.
Whatever the hell they called it.
Yeah, conflict resolution is what it's probably called now, but yeah. So
words to de-escalate or
yeah,
whatever they call it.
I'm going to make another
Siller's giving us
on that one.
insight into his
I
police background. You were telling us a little bit
Man,
about.
I'm just afraid that those are going to be little guys, but shit, man, we'll catch all the little ones and then see what's left.
Having a candid conversation right now where he's dropping in on probably. Just talking about life. That's why two guys doing a boat out in the middle of the lake, fishing for $50,000.
That's going to take us right to the top of the hour. Highlights this 10 o'clock hour. Been fast and furious out on this
I really messed that drift
million
up in the beginning.
acre monster that is Lake
2,000
Erie.
square foot of water, or square mile. Yeah, square foot. Never mind.
We got to slow you down on the black.
Hey, dude, I'm telling you what,
so
dude, wound
jittery.
up, son.
Gonna take a look back at some of the action this morning. Got Siller just lean back with his mind on his money and his money on his mind.
That's right, boy.
Blake, Felix, the bird whisperer. Birdman, flying any weather, Blake Felix.
Like a phoenix.
Gary Atkins.
We got this, guys.
There we go. We got it.
Gary Atkins. Certainly in the man in the back of Scott Siller's mind. You can tell Scott thinks he better bring in 20.
Oh, yeah.
Just to slam the door shut.
Absolutely. He knows.
Look there at the Sandusky Bay. And I imagine some of those sailboats will be out getting it.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit. But a look at our unofficial leaderboard. And of course, we want to remind everybody it's very, 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 emphasis on very unofficial until these fish show back up there at Fisherman Central.
Before you announce first place,
weigh-in.
I just want to say something. Bass Warrior!
Bass Warrior himself, Luis Fernandez, off to a great start on Showdown Saturday, 52 pounds, 13 ounces. Winner of stop number 2, Drew 6, a local coming into this event. He told us, hey man, I'm going to catch him up there in Sandusky Bay, and he has.
He's been consistent, right? 17 pounds
averaging
each
over
day.
17 pounds a day, certainly getting it done. Of course, Siller has not updated his Weigh Live tracker there, and sitting on a limit, we're going to estimate 14 to 15 pounds anyway, so that's going to put him easily in that unofficial lead right now and in the driver's seat. Angler of the Year leader, the progressive Angler of the Year leader coming into this, Timmy Reams started the day in 36th place, unofficially 4th place now. Doug Chapin in 5th, Randy Kukral, one of our locals coming in that we had an eye on, sitting in 6th place. Ryan Satterfield, Keith Carson, Justin Kimmel, JK rocking the Smalley stash, looking like Ron Swanson out there this week, and it has been working for him so far. Started the day in 21st place, slipping into our top 10 right now. And Brandon Perkins, a Tennessee angler, who started the event in 2nd place, rounding out our unofficial top 10 here, Sandusky Bay. And this event, man, we expected these kind of smallmouth weights at Saginaw. And I feel like we ended up catching a little bit of that post-spawn funk as far as size-wise. The fish hadn't fed back up from being on the bed as much. And it turned into a largemouth show at Saginaw big time. But here, man, this is Great Lakes smallmouth fishing at its best so far.
It is, man. It's one of those events to where everything has come together, because it seems like a lot of times we'll show up, we're 2 weeks later, we're 2 weeks early. It's always something, but it seems like we hit Lake Erie at the right time. Sandusky Bay has been nothing but great. We've seen great bags come across the stage. A lot of bags. I mean, yesterday, top 10 was full of 20-pound sacks. Day number 1, check line is spot 36. 17 pounds was in 36 spot, day 1. Yesterday went down a little bit. We're at about a 15.5-pound average.
So that's typical for a multi-day event. We see that a lot.
It is. But today, with the way the conditions are going, we've seen some guys catch some good fish. And like you said, we only have 5 guys on camera. But you're seeing that leaderboard, man. It's a movement going on. Some boys are catching fish. And I think today, when it's all over with, we're going to see the biggest sack of the tournament come across that stage today at 4 o'clock with Big Al.
So you're saying over 26 pounds, we're going to see.
I think we're going to see a 26. Yeah, I do.
The Siller just
absolutely. I'm saying that to get everybody to tune in for the weigh-in, of course, but also I do feel like we're going to see a fat sack. It's going to happen. We're going to see that another 26, 27-pound sack today.
That would be epic on a Labor Day weekend.
You're epic, Luke.
Saturday.
You're epic. You know that.
I really appreciate that. You know who else is epic? Taylor Umland. And we're going to get back out on the water to the cheese man himself, Taylor Umland.
That could be a smallmouth, maybe.
Tell me about the move you just made.
We went from that point over there on that North Island flat. There's a drum.
He called it drum.
Went from that spot over there on the North Island flat to here, which is just some humps right here, just barely across the border. And I haven't caught a lot of fish out here. I also haven't fished it a whole lot, but the quality that I've caught out here is really good. Big drum. Man, it'd be sweet if this could be a bass. Or it's a catfish. I just thought I felt a little roll.
You know, Siller yesterday had one. He was like, oh, it's a drum, it's a catfish, it's a walleye. It ended up being a 5-pounder. So you can tell a lot of times by the way they fight, but every now and then they'll trick you.
It's much better when it's that way, right? When you think it's a drum, it's a big, large, smallmouth, rather than vice versa.
We got one that's pretty decent. It's about 4.5, 4 3/4, I would like to think. And really need to add some to it. Wish you could weigh these in. Have 40 pounds. I have not broke a fish off all week. Just using 7-pound test line. Pretty happy with it.
Nice. Oh. But Gary Atkins wishes he could say the same thing.
Don't want to end up like Watson. Get one speared through the
Nobody does. Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. When he
Watson
was here,
got tore up,
he
man.
did,
Put him out of the tournament.
Sissy. Yeah, ended up with an infection in his hand, broke a drum fin off in his hand the last time he was at Sandusky.
You already see how bad it messed the fish up.
They swapped DNA there.
Bad. The fish's head got really big.
I saw him suspended kind of over the drop and was not trying to throw on him. I was trying to throw on some rocks just beneath him, and he saw it fly past his face and swam right down to it. I was like, oh boy.
A little bumpy out there where Taylor's at still. You can hear that wind blowing a little.
It's a little after 10. That's wind's going to start dying down afternoon.
Taylor, give him a little rundown of the specs of your boat here, brother.
So this is the classic boat. This is the Ranger 520 VX. It's a 2001. We got a 2006 E-Tech, one of the dinosaurs. Not too many around.
Vintage.
We call it the Danger Ranger. Not because it's a danger to the fish or anything, it's more of a danger if you're gonna get stuck. Hasn't ever failed me, knock on wood. I've missed a couple days of practice, but I have never been stuck and not able to get back.
Love that, an older boat.
But the boat's still worth the same
electronics.
price I bought it for in 2016. Got it for like $14,500, and I think we could still get $14,500 out of it with the boat market right now.
Right on.
We're gonna move.
Power poles do you have?
I do not have power poles at the moment. I definitely want to get some before we get to Florida. I need some sort of shallow water anchor would have really helped me at Saginaw. Would really.
Service is breaking up a little bit there,
We're working
Taylor.
on
We're
it.
going to get back out on the water
Sooner or
with
later.
Gary Atkins, second place pro.
So
Not far enough.
Oh yeah, hooked up. Oh yeah. Oh.
That one was sitting right on top of a boulder. Just like he's supposed to.
Ooh, son.
They never do what you want them to do, you know. I like how he went down with the rod in the small. It's like, hey, just hang on a second. I'm still going to jump eye level. Such a special fish.
Get in the net. There we go. There's a 4-pounder.
I'm gonna have a Cadillac arrest. Watching these guys net them things. Have mercy.
We're not out of this one yet, boys. We're not out of this one yet. Hooked them right in the top lip, right where they're supposed to be. Number 4, guys.
There you go.
Beautiful 4-pound fish.
Yet another victim of the Atkins diet.
Give me some. We're not out of this, but
So we talked with Gary after his win at Saginaw Bay, and he said, man, he was confident. He said, you better watch me.
Just kind of got
up
away
there.
from my little primary spot right there. Just going out to see if I could find a couple roamers, and I seen one sitting on top of a boulder. I tossed it to him, and just like clockwork, he went over there and ate it. So nice 4-pound fish. Just need to get 3 or 4 more of them, and I'm still going to be in contention for this thing.
Attaboy.
I got 2 good ones in the box and 2 that I need to go away. I need 1 more for a limit. So we're just going to keep working the area, and I know by the end, I got a long day. I just keep my nose down, grind it out. At the end of the day, I'm going to have what I need. Maybe not to win it, but I'm definitely going to be up there.
Over
Let's keep this
7
thing rolling,
hours
boys.
before he has check-in. Over 7 hours before he has to check in.
A lot of time.
That color change definitely made a difference.
Just a small adjustment to make those fish that he was seeing commit to his bait. Good stuff from Gary Atkins, the second place pro coming into today, and our Progressive Angler of the Year leader after this event for sure. Now we're going to check back in with 2-time champ, Taylor Watkins. Taylor weighed the second biggest stringer of the event yesterday. Good look at that live scope there, forward facing sonar.
He had a good bag day 1, 2 over 17 pounds with only 4 fish and a dead fish penalty. Hooked up! Ooh. Oh my goodness. For a man with not much smallmouth experience, he has figured it out, I'd say, Luke.
He's made up for lost time this week here at
Absolutely, my
Sandusky.
friend.
Come on, you're not that big. Come on. Come on.
Another Nice fish for Taylor.
He's pretty good.
22 pounds, 13 ounces yesterday after a 4-fish, 17-pound first day. Whew. Beautiful Lake Erie smallmouth. That Cullen beam out early, Showdown Saturday. Look here what size he's culling here.
Oh goodness.
Good fish.
Oh yeah.
On the bottom,
That's what I was
on the bottom
thinking.
end, yeah, he's already got a good bag in the boat. I mean, some cookie cutters there, but we've seen him catch a couple in that 4-pound plus range, it seems, as well. I'm gonna let Taylor sort it out, and I think we're gonna check back in with Missouri angler, bird wrangler, Blake Felix.
Man, I'm gonna have to weigh him. I don't want to, but.
A little bit of a cluster going on here. It's all right.
Only angler really in our top 5, top 10 that's fishing some man-made structure, fishing that river, and really the closest to the shoreline of
Well, guys,
anybody
little
we've
morning
seen all
update.
week.
Fishing's not going so well. We did try to save a bird's life earlier. That was exciting. It's about the most excitement we've had all morning. I'm not freaking out yet though. We still got a lot of time. We got probably 4 hours to fish at least. The fish yesterday, the big ones, seemed to pull up in the afternoon anyway, so I won't be worried until we leave. I'm gonna keep drifting shallow a little bit here, fishing these seawalls and the rocks that I marked in practice. If you find a rock up here, you can definitely catch one. But for some reason, early in the morning right now, the little fish are here. Just fight through it.
While Blake gets re-rigged, we're going to check in with our sponsors, and we'll see you guys on the other side for more live action. Stop number 5, the National Professional Fishing League here at Lake Erie, Sandusky Bay. Enjoy some uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and In that process, I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to Blake Felix and the Detroit River.
Come on, Biggins. Where you at?
Bambino for Blake.
Seems like that.
Bunch of them little guys.
That quality is a little bit harder to come by. Up there in that Detroit River this morning.
talked earlier, he had done most of his damage on that area that he started on, but I've seen him move around a little bit more today. Some of this other current break type structure in the Detroit River.
Yeah, he had an interesting game plan coming into this event. Didn't bring any finesse gear with him. Came up here with all bait casters and stuff and decided last minute to go ahead and go a different route and try to finesse it up. Went to Fisherman Central, dropped some coin.
Was going to largemouth fish.
Was going to largemouth fish at Lake Erie. He said, nah, let me change that up.
Drift along, you feel these rocks, and all of a sudden it just gets tight when those big ones bite.
That was a good decision.
I just use the trolling motor to keep the boat straight, just let it drift with the current.
Had a 20-plus sack on day one, over 19 yesterday.
Like that right there.
Attaboy.
Blake Felix hooked up live, Detroit River. It's got a little more spunk to it than the last few we've seen Blake.
Listen to.
Easy.
Oof. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Attaboy.
Nice fish.
Good net job, too. Quick.
It's a good smallmouth.
Attaboy.
I better do my score tracker real quick or my wife will have a heart attack.
Thank you, Blake.
Appreciate you.
Compact cat
Luke,
down as well.
Luke and I, we're a big fan of that beat down mount weigh live tracker.
These smallmouth are so hard to weigh. They don't stop moving. I'm gonna put him in here real fast. Get your butt in there. All right.
Some of that good karma coming to him after saving that bird's life. Well, Bobby the seagull up there choking on hooks. Blake Felix said, not on my watch, buddy. Come on over here.
Number one.
Not today, seagull, not today.
Not today.
I'm just gonna call number one a pound and something. It's not very big. I don't know if this fish will weigh 3 pounds or not. Hope so. I want that to be my smallest one today. Yep. Dang near a 3-pounder. Stop. $2.91. All right.
Just shy of 3 pounds.
Put him on the number 3 tag.
Fish number 2 for Blake Felix.
What do you say, Earl? He had about an hour and 45-minute run.
Took him 2.5 the first day and 2 yesterday, a little bit.
And today's going to be unpredictable, man. It really is. The wind might lay down, but it's going to be a whole lot more traffic on the water. And those big boats on Erie, they throw a wake. You talk to some of these boys.
We're going to let Blake get that Way Live app updated for us, and we're going to check back in with Tennessee's Taylor Watkins. Taylor told us last night it may be boring to watch. It's not getting a lot of bites, but he's already surpassed that. He's got a limit quick today compared to days 1 and 2.
You know, and Taylor's been known to find them. He's been known to find that mother lode. He did at Cumberland.
He did it Grand, too.
They did it Grand.
Got a magic boat dock at Grand that was just insane last year.
He won Cumberland by, Cumberland he won 6 pounds.
Might be a drum.
over his shoulder
Yeah,
there.
I see that. A spectator or an angler.
What have we captured here?
Competitor.
Hasn't jumped
Feels
yet.
awfully drummy.
That'll be a smallmouth. When they stay down like that, you're like, yeah, it's a drum. From your experience, how do you feel? You got to see it first.
I never want them to jump because that's normally when bad things happen, but they do.
Got me a new 6 cents rod. This thing is sweet. Caught most of them on it this week. It's done a phenomenal job. Come on, quit.
Yeah, I don't know. And I've seen, 5+ pound smallmouth just stay down and dig and dig and dig and dig and dig until they get right to the boat as well. So you never know.
Golly, what a drum.
Oh. Start to ease back towards that net. I wasn't sure what he had seen down there. The biggest smallmouth that I ever hooked on the Tennessee River where I'm from, the entire fight, I'm like drum, and I start rushing it, not taking my time, and it jumped off of a crankbait right at the boat. Just launched, and it was an absolute giant, one of the biggest ones I've ever seen, and I'll never forget that. So every time I'm like drum, drum, drum. I've had that happen multiple, even with largemouth. I've had it happen. It's a terrible feeling.
Really cool story.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
But like as soon as you think it's one thing and it's something else, you zig, it zags, and that's life.
Dude.
Life's not always what you think it's going to be, bud.
It's really what you do with it, right?
Yeah.
We're all out here trying to get smallmouth. Sometimes you get drum.
Exactly. It's not the cards you're dealt, it's how you play the cards.
It's your moment of zen from Fat Cat Newton.
There it is, man.
Really, when you tune into NPFL Live, you never know what kind of advice you might get. We give out snack advice, life advice.
Teach you how to rescue seagulls?
We do. We've seen Keith Carson rescue a deer this year. A lot of interaction with wildlife between the NPFL anglers, and you just never know what's going to happen.
A lot like us.
Watkins is going to re-rig, and we're going to check out our leader, Scott the Thriller Siller.
Yeah.
What's the biggest bass you ever caught? Where?
9.5 pounder in Florida, just like a month or two ago in a tournament.
No kidding.
Yep.
Did you win the tournament?
Nope. Got second, but got big bass.
Yeah, boy.
Yep. So, of course, it weighed 8.1 on my scale.
Well, come on, Scott,
But
you're
yeah,
right there
man,
at Fisherman
it was,
Central.
Pretty cool deal to have it happen in a tournament.
Should have bought you some
Instead
new
of just a
scales.
GoPro video. Damn it. No.
Still got some motion in the ocean
No,
out
but
there.
We're in a good spot.
Got a quicker limit today than he did yesterday. Slowed down here in the last hour for him a little bit, but.
Oh, what were you saying?
What was that?
Yeah.
The Thriller hooked up. It's Showdown Saturday.
I think this is a sheep's head. If it's a bass, it's a big one, but it's a sheep's head.
Don't start that. Come on, be a bass.
Yep, definitely.
We've seen him catch a lot more of those today as well.
We've seen the most caught today.
Maybe
on
it is
coverage that we have all week.
It is a fucking big bass. Holy shit. Oh, excuse my swearing.
Hey, it's a kid show.
Potty mouth. Oh, yes. Potty mouth Siller.
That'll help. Damn, man, that thing never even tried to come up.
Thick.
Three and a half.
Got the Thriller,
maybe?
Siller. Gonna make a
Bigger
little
than that
call.
other guy in here.
What? What?
Not that guy. This guy.
Safe to say that he's the beast that's about to strike?
Is that it?
Uh-huh.
Just a Thriller?
Yeah, that's
He's
it.
catching them.
You big MJ guy?
Oh, man, love MJ.
A little call for Siller trying to close things out on Showdown Saturday. Back over to Taylor Watkins, who's trying to chase him down. While we were over there with the Thriller himself, got word that Taylor was doing some more catching. So we're going to check a little replay with Taylor Watkins, Lake Erie smallmouth. Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
This might be a big one. Come on.
Taylor getting a lot more bites today, it seems, than the previous 2 days from what he was telling us. And I mean, he didn't even weigh a limit day one.
That's right.
Really surprised himself. Had 4 for 18 pounds and had a fish carrier penalty. It knocked him down to 17, but you do that math, he catches a 2-pounder the first day. He's right there in that 19 to 20 pound range. And he said he jumped off a 5 to 6 pounder. Biggest one he's seen since he's been here on day one. So Taylor's certainly around the right quality.
Absolutely. Old barefoot bandit up on the deck of that boat, boy. That's why I don't even trim my toenails so I can dig into the carpet.
That was a dang 4 or 5 pounder.
That's how you deer hunt as well. That's how you climb trees.
Yes, sir.
Be interesting to see if this fish helps.
He thought it was bigger. Not as big as what he thought.
Clones, man, clones.
Thick fish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it'll help.
He's got some company around him.
He does.
Today. And he told us that. He was seeing some other guys yesterday. Taylor's going to sort it out. We're going to jump back over to second place pro Gary Atkins.
Come on.
Taylor off to a great start on Showdown.
Yes, he is,
Saturday.
man. Sure is.
Gary's got some company there as well.
We got a little company. Gary's been having an interesting morning as well. It's cool to watch him earlier change colors. Said he was around fish. They were coming up to the drop shot, just weren't committing and going back to where they came from. He said, man, let me change colors. Change colors in no time. Had a swing in the right direction. And he's been gaining momentum ever since. We saw him lose a big one at the boat, broke off right at the boat, 1/5. He's keeping his head in the right place, so, you know. You can hear him talking to himself. We got this. We're good to go.
Very similar to what we saw with him at Saginaw, man.
That's right,
His morning started terribly there, lost 3 key fish. And it almost cost him.
Yeah.
Trent Palmer made a huge surge in the afternoon there. Gary ends up winning by 3 ounces, but he did keep his composure. He didn't get away from his game plan. He wasn't getting a lot of bites and just stuck it out on that one shoal, similar to what we're seeing now. He's got 2 areas, he told us last night. One's 15 miles or so from takeoff. The other's a little further out in the lake, 30 miles from Sandusky Bay. So certainly got options. But he says these areas are large shoals. He's just working the outside break where they have scattered boulders. 18 to 22 feet of water is where he seems to be getting the quality fish that he's been bringing in. 19 pounds the first day, 22 pounds, 11 ounces yesterday. Certainly has found that Lake Erie quality.
You know, he's even said he was, you know, when they aren't stacked on the boulders, he said he's caught a few roamers just using that forward-facing sonar, man. Oh, there's one right there. Let me go to him. There's Bobby. Donk.
And a lot of that with Gary. We're going to let you stay with Gary. Uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded as we take a look at our sponsors that make all this possible. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in on Showdown Saturday, this Labor Day weekend. Hope it's going well for you and you're enjoying some smallmouth bass action. And we'll see you on the other side for more Lake Erie smallmouth here in just a few minutes.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Welcome back to stop number 5, presented by Fisherman Central here, Lake Erie, Sandusky Bay area, and a look at our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Gary Atkins. Started the day in 2nd place. From Gary, I'm getting word that Mr. Worldwide himself is out there doing work today. And we're going to get a little boat-to-boat action from the Wombat and James Worldwide Watson.
All right. Hey, Luke, Fat Cat.
Looking at
Man,
Drew
sure
6.
It's nice out here. Probably way better than being in studio with you 2 knuckleheads. we're watching Drew 6 put on a clinic out here with the crankbait. He's said the wind's calmed down considerably compared to this morning, but he's sticking with the crankbait. The adjustments that he made last night was bigger line, bigger rod, more aggressive on his whole approach on it. His hookup ratio yesterday was lacking, he said. He did have a nice sack of fish, but he had a lot of fish pull off. Even in front of us, he had 2 real good fish pull off yesterday. But, he's out here, and what he's got is a mixed bottom. There's a lot of sandy spots out here with grass, sporadic grass, and he's just milling through here, and he's making just cast in a 360-degree area of his boat. I mean, sometimes he'll fire off the front, sometimes he'll look back and fire back, and these fish are just out here roaming around, and they're in packs, and he's catching them. He just threw back a 306. He's upgrading, he said, now by ounces. So he doesn't feel like he can better his sack very much, but a few ounces at a time. And he said he's probably going to pull the cord on that trolling motor and head south and see if he can't pick up a bigger bite or two in another area. But he is flat out catching them, boys. Catching them.
Catching them.
Good stuff from the man himself, Mr. Worldwide Watson. And our Event 2 champ, Drew Six, who put on a sight fishing clinic down there at Lake Hartwell. And this is where he's from, man. This was one that he had circled on the calendar the second the schedule came out, that he really thought he would be a contender in, and very consistent. Like you said, over 17 pounds the first 2 days. Looks like he's got that and plus some today, culling 3-pounders already. Just needs to upgrade a little bit more and try to move himself up into that top 10 and have his second top 10 of the season would be awesome right here at home for Drew Six.
Yeah, that's right. We saw his travel partner, Danny Weems, old Texas boy Danny Weems, set in the top 5 yesterday on camera. Did a good job, had some trolling motor issues, but he said, I came up here a month ago, Drew Six showed me some stuff, and, put him on the juice. And they were all fishing together. We could hear them all chewing the fat, laughing it up yesterday, having a daggone picnic out there together.
Good stuff there from Worldwide, and Drew Six having a great event here. Stop number 5. And now back over to the man that's having the best event of anybody so far. That is the man, Scott Siller. You won't see a crankbait in his hand.
Nah.
There's fish around here, that's for sure.
One rod Todd with the drop shot.
That's right.
I will definitely try. There's something toying with it.
Hooked up, Scott Siller.
Sheep's head, I'll bet. It might be a bass. Yeah, it's a bass. It's coming up. So, if it's a bass, it's a good one. This can't be a bass. There's got to be a catfish or something. It's a good fish, whatever it is.
We were hoping to see those. Oh, we lost
psych.
Lost coverage there with Scott. Not sure what happened there. We apologize. We're left in suspense. I don't know. Never got a good look at that fish. Back over to Gary Atkins. We've had some issues with Siller's service in the last couple of days.
Canada. We just blame it on Canada.
Terrence and Phillip. They were getting word that we were able to bank that catch from Scott Siller and actually see the conclusion of it. We're going to jump back over to a replay now of the tournament leader, Scott Siller. Look at a big wally there in front of Gary Atkins. Back to Scott Siller. This is right where we cut out. Drum.
Sheep's head, damn it.
Womp, womp, womp. The camera gods were doing us a favor, you know?
They knew.
They knew. It was a drum. Now back over to Gary Atkins, live.
Got it? No, I'm fishing for bass, but I've caught 4 or 5 walleye.
Well, don't tell them that. They won't leave you alone.
A couple 4-pounders. Yeah. It's the last day. I'm in 2nd place. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Bobby. That's good stuff. So
Thank
you can
you.
have it all to yourself. That's good people right there.
The guy was a lot more courteous than the last guy.
See some bumping and grinding out there with.
Well, man, it's Labor Day weekend.
Right,
you know, we
folks
don't
getting
own the
out of the
water.
house.
That's one thing about our sport. We are at the mercy of the public.
It's public water. I'm going to drift off the edge here and see some deeper water. I'm focusing on that 12 to 15. I'm going to drop off into that 15 to 30 and see if I can find some out here.
There you go.
The problem with that is there's not as much structure out here. But the first day I did get a couple nice ones out deeper.
He's done a lot of damage in that 18 to 20 foot range, but he has caught some 12 to 15 as well. He was telling us last night.
You know, we had the discussion earlier. We've talked about it all week that guys are definitely catching fish between that 12 and 15 range, but it seems like those bigger fish are coming from that deeper water, that 19 to 21 foot range. Been hearing a lot of that.
We're entering the 11 o'clock hour here. Sandusky Bay. We're going to take a look at our highlights so far of Showdown Saturday, and it has been just that. Lots of smallmouth coming into these live wells of all these NPFL pros, just like it has all week. Over 1,400 pounds worth of smallmouth came in on day one. Much of the same yesterday, 9 bags over 20, and the boys are doing work. So far, Taylor Watkins off to a fast start.
Number 4, guys.
Gary Atkins. Got Atkins died again.
Taylor Watkins.
Like that right
The
there.
Barefoot Bandit, as you called him. I like that.
That's it, man.
Yes, sir.
Blake Felix, who made the long journey over to the Detroit River. Not seeing the quality yet this morning there, Blake, but he'll be rewarded for his good Samaritanship. Rescued a bird there. Cedar Point, those famous roller coasters. A little bit like the ride these boys are getting out there on the lake. And a look at the unofficial leaderboard. Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior, still unofficially on top there with 57 pounds. But we're going to say Siller somewhere in that 61, 62 pound range. So Scott Siller still your leader here on Showdown Saturday, even though that unofficial leaderboard doesn't reflect that because of the Way Live leaderboard app that we strongly encourage our guys to use. But Drew Six, look right there, who we were just covering boat to boat, having a fantastic final day
Local
here.
boy doing what he does.
Absolutely. Another local boy that runs with Drew Six, Randy Kukral there, 3rd place. Ryan Satterfield in 4th. Danny Weems, Brandon Perkins. Danny Weems also, he's in that.
There we
those
go.
fish
We just
are biting
talked
in
about
there
him.
on Party Flat
That's
again
it.
today. We saw a lot of that yesterday, those 3 guys working together. Scott Siller, Timmy Reams, Doug Chapin, and Chad Randalls, of course, like to remind everybody. Scott Siller, most likely the leader of the tournament with over 60 pounds right now unofficially. We're going to put Taylor Watkins somewhere in that 52-pound range as well, so he's going to be up there in that top 5, and Gary Atkins somewhere in the 50-pound range, so he's not fallen out of the top 10, just hasn't been able to update those weights. And you can see we've got coverage issues, crazy cell service out there, and so a lot of things going on the water. Fat Cat, you know, is Siller leaving the door open a little bit this morning? He's got a solid bag in the boat, but I mean, it's early. What do you think?
Does he have this tournament won? No. Is he in good position to win this tournament? Yes.
Is he closer? Is it a close to a 3 count?
Let me ask you this: is he doing as well as you thought he would be doing? Because it sounded like yesterday you were all team Siller. Siller has this thing. Do you still feel that way as of right now?
I think he has. He definitely found the winning spot. I think that's a very redundant thing for me to say, but it's very obvious. He found the winning 3 schools around those 3 little rock piles that he has just absolutely mined. Now, it seems today, with a different wind direction, a lot more trash fish. We've seen him catch catfish, drum, and walleye. Didn't see that yesterday at all. We get the privilege of watching these guys all day long. Even when they're not on live, we see all the cameras. We're like the Wizard of Oz in here, right? And yesterday we didn't see a lot of those drum, a lot of the sheep's head, a lot of the walleye, and we are seeing that with Scott. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Right. But it's just yesterday when he leaned into one, it was a 3 to 4 pound smallmouth or bigger every single time we saw him set the hook. We're not seeing that today, but it's already got a decent 5-fish limit in the boat, and he says he's got one close to 5 pounds. So he's going to be in that 15-pound range already.
Definitely.
And that's going to make it difficult.
Taylor Watkins is having a great tournament.
Fantastic tournament.
No doubt about it. At least they had a bad day 1.
Off to a rocky start.
4 fish for 17 pounds with a dead fish penalty. You know, that not having that 5th fish on day 1 is probably going to haunt him after this tournament's over.
A little bit. Going to cost him some money one way or the other.
But he has good momentum. He's rocking and rolling. You can tell he's up there Tennessee 2-stepping with Barefoot Bandit. He's making it work, man. He's catching them. He's vibing. He's feeling good. And then you got Gary Atkins. Man.
He's still got a lot to grow off of.
He does.
Laying the foundation this morning.
And he is a veteran. He's seasoned. He's been here. He just knows, keep the train on the tracks.
That's right.
Keep that positive mind, and everything will be okay. So he's still a threat. The tournament's not over. Siller has not sealed the deal. But it's going to come down to the wire.
But he's got the ball and he's running towards the goal line.
And once again, bro, we've seen guys make huge jumps from day 2 to day 3, day 1, day 2, and all that. We still don't know what other guys are doing that aren't putting their weights into that.
We've seen a lot of that over 2 days.
Beat down Mount Way Live tracker.
We can't stress that enough. Got to pay attention to that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon with Big Al McCullough. And we're going to jump out to the Detroit River to Missouri's Blake Felix. Uh-oh.
That's what I'm talking about, boy.
That's all you.
Lock the hubs and dump the clutch. Wow, bah, 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 bah. They got a dual full 40 cab over a 750 Holly and they're ready for the track. Oh, come on, run off methanol. All right, I'll calm down. Let me get behind the wheel of that bad boy. It's all she wrote.
Come back. Hooked up.
Get Watson.
After all that, he's hooked up.
Yeah, see?
Didn't scare at all.
Broke my line. It's all right. 2-pounder. Gotta start somewhere. Oh, look at that mess. That's cool. Oh, I didn't put it in there.
Blake was saying earlier,
it's right here, dummy.
Seeing a lot of his smaller fish in the mornings, and then it seems like those bigger fish slide in there in the afternoons on some of this current break stuff, and he's been upgrading slowly throughout the day, both days 1 and 2, so he's hopefully going to see more of that today.
216. Okay, got to start somewhere. Take it. Number 2 broke off. Yep, number 2. Cool.
Blake's got that tricked out floor in that boat.
I like it.
It's sharp, man. Looks really good.
Yeah, I'll jack with that later. My hands are
Blake
wet.
sells boats for a living
Back to catching them.
when he's not out here catching bass on the NPFL.
Fill that box up and then get some cones over on here.
That's what I'm thinking.
You got a
I'll
strong.
sit down here and cull them all up when I got
Cull
20
'em up.
pounds.
He's got a strong TikTok following too, man. And
Tell me that. Talk a little bit about very interesting, not necessarily fishing tips by any means that made him very popular on that social media app. But talk about that. You were telling me at dinner last night.
It's interesting, dude. So where he works, he has one particular fellow that comes to work every day, brings his lunch. His wife packs his lunch for him every night, brings his lunch to work, never knows what he's going to have for lunch that day. And the videos of, okay, what's Bobby going to have today? Might be lasagna and some brownies, some goulash. Never know what's going day to day. And it's, folks, it's the world we live in. It's actually interesting content. Blake Felix on TikTok, check him out.
That's great.
Look at him. Huh?
It's fixing to happen.
I'd be right
there.
next to that,
That
son.
2-pounder pulled about like the one I broke off, so makes me feel a little better.
I'd have Watson on the inner tube pulling him all around Lake Erie.
Oh, they pull him with that. It's like one of those East Tennessee Allison race boats right there.
Yeah.
More like a rocket ship.
I bet them things run like a scalded dog. But you hit one chop out here, one rogue wave, this could be all she wrote. It could be upside down and inside out.
They splintered fiberglass all over the Detroit River.
All right.
All right, Blake's ready to get back to fishing. You can see some of the current there, you know. It looks slick, but you can actually see the current churning up a little bit.
Biggin.
Look, load it up again.
Great biggin. Unless I'm wrong, man, it feels like a freaking giant. I might just be excited.
Don't hide it.
Oh my God, don't you do that.
Come on, buddy.
Stop.
Stop it.
Simmer down.
Simmer down, Bobby.
Sir, stop resisting.
There, tell him, Blake. Put your fins behind your back.
He's in that current. I'm gonna come back there with you.
When you spot lock in this current, and they just take, it does make it hard to chase them down because they're just like, hey, this is what I'm fixing to do,
If
bud.
you really look at the surface, you can see the water churning. You can definitely tell he's in strong current.
Oh, yeah. Looks to be a lot better fish here than what we've seen so far. Blake caught a 5-pounder in the first hour of fishing for him yesterday. But most of his big bites coming in the afternoon.
Take a deep breath, Blake. Deep breath. Come on, biggin. This is the one I need right here. Got me in that current. I can't. Oh my God.
Oh.
Get you in here, yes.
There you go.
That's the one we needed right there.
Attaboy, Blake.
Oh, yes.
On his fresh spinning rod, picked up at
That's
Fisherman
right, yes.
Central.
I'm surprised he wouldn't hold it upside down. Because he's a first-time spinning rod user.
Bad right now.
Great fish.
That's what it's all about, right? There you go.
It's a 4-pounder. All right, baby. That's number 4. I'm gonna make sure. I don't need to be breaking any rules today.
Slowly but surely getting to where he wants to be. Very consistent over the first 2 days.
Listen, doesn't want to be breaking any rules today. What's he mean by that?
2.
He's wanting to make sure he's got 5.
What happens if he has 6 in a line?
Well, he's got 4 now. He wants to make sure he doesn't have 5 or more because you can't make a cast without culling if you've got 6 fish in the box. Once you catch that 6th one.
Just want to double check.
And sometimes like this, we saw him go back to back You may be sitting at home, how does that happen? How can a guy do it? Well, man, if you get to catching them fast and furious at all, get excited.
Leave them over there.
A lot of money on
And
the
your
line.
days run into each other, right? He's been
Absolutely.
fishing hard since this past Sunday,
That's
sun
right.
up to sundown.
It's easy to make a little mental error, and it does happen. We've seen it several times this year.
So much on the line, man. You're under pressure. Rather be safe and sorry, too. Look, pulling that ice out, something we've seen. That water temp in the 70s, but these guys are still
Keep them healthy.
doing what they can do to keep these fish healthy as they can be.
You're good.
Fish health, the utmost importance. Some more of that G-juice.
I see you put that on your eggs this morning.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you.
Trying to be one with the fish.
You got to buy the gluten-free, though. Something TH just started coming out with, gluten-free G-juice.
It's happening behind them, too. You hearing
Listen,
that? It's starting to go down.
music to my ears.
It's starting to go
Maybe
down.
not to Blake. Blake may not be a big fan of that.
But it's happening.
I'm
the
ready.
Detroit River, at 11 o'clock.
It's all coming together, buddy. Let's go. Let's go.
Listen to that. Them boys, that sounds like a tournament takeoff in 1984.
Sounds like my 86 Big Red.
From Blake Felix back over to Taylor Umland out on the big water.
Can we throw our life jackets on real quick? I'm gonna idle back up there. There's something holding them there, and that will.
Change of
Taylor,
scenery.
Slower start for Taylor today.
You can tell he's dealing with a little bit more of that wind where he is, some chop. And still dealing with some overcast too. You can see the sky trying to break through, that blue sky trying to peek through that overcast. Position those fish a little bit tighter to that structure, them boulders.
Oh. Starting to regret not. This, who knows what this is? Feels like a drum or
Come
catfish. But it's better to be ready. I'm guessing drum. It is a drum.
Yeah, go on it, buddy.
Oh.
Frustrating.
If you've ever been to this area, you know this is something you just deal with. Lake Erie's full of those suckers. It can be very frustrating, but they're feeding on the exact same thing as the bass. There's a reason that they get to these areas, no doubt about it. They're there because that bait is in the same area, but they do make you a little
So
upset,
right down that,
especially on Showdown Saturday.
Hurt your feelings.
Edge of the, yeah, that just scattered rock. That fish came from up on top of the hump. Yeah, that guy's moving. I should probably cover more water. Maybe I'll have to go find something new.
Taylor with a 22-pound bag yesterday.
Yeah, coming into Showdown Saturday, Taylor, Keith Carson tied. Taylor had the larger bag of the two. Was able to get him a camera boat today. Rocking that vintage Ranger.
From Taylor back over to Taylor Watkins, the two-time NPFL champ. Taylor off to a great start this morning.
It's been a pretty good morning. Probably got close to 18, 19 maybe. Just hadn't seen those real big giants like I've been catching the past 2 days. I did lose one really nice one. Been able to live scope them a little bit this morning. It's not as rough. I can kind of see, and my trolling motor's not coming up out of the water. It's been a good morning. I've been catching the, not little, but smaller fish up kind of shallow, and the big giant ones have been coming out here in about 16 to 18. So that's what we're doing now. I got a good bag, get a good check no matter what, I think. And just as long as they don't just really blast them today, but just gonna ease around out here and see if we can't pick off one or two really big giants, in that five pound class range, and come in with another 23, 24 pounds again. That's about it. Gotta thank Bass Boat Electronics. It's been flawless, man. Everything that they've done, they rigged my boat this year, and it's been awesome. It's been great. So appreciate everybody tuning in and watching, and we're gonna get after it and try and catch y'all a couple big ones.
Fantastic update right there from Taylor Watkins, 18 to 19 pounds. And look, based on, and I know nothing, just like you know nothing, these are all estimates, but we've got Siller somewhere, based off of what we've seen him catch and what he said, 61, 62 pounds, okay?
Buddy.
If Taylor has 18, I'm going on the low side, I'm going 18,
Okay.
right? He's gonna be in that 60-pound range. He's not far off the lead. A little tighter tournament than I think we realize right now.
Than you realized. I already knew. I know.
you already knew.
I'm in there, man. I already know what's
Cat
going
the
on.
Prophet.
That's it.
I like it. I like it. Taylor Watkins, good stuff right there from him. And we're going to go check in with the sponsors that make this all possible here, the National Professional Fishing League. And one sponsor we added this year, Pro Guide Batteries. They're running a sponsorship special for us here at the league. You can use code NPFL at ProGuideBatteries.com to get you 20% off. And that code also works at a dealer. I'm not sure. I guess you walk up to the counter and say NPFL and they give you a discount. They got to take your word for it. But Pro Guide Batteries, Taylor hooked up live. Can't even get to commercial for these smallmouth biting.
He's about to improve that 18 to 19 pounds he was just talking about. He wants 3 shields.
Wants that 3rd shield for sure.
Might get a 4th. If he continues the same momentum down to Florida, that progressive AOY could be his.
Come on, baby.
Come on, baby. Talk to him. Old Tennessee 2-step up there. Now cough it. Got them feet feeling fabulous.
Wind's puffing a little
ripping
bit
it.
out there where he's at.
Come on. Please be a bass.
Be Big Belly Kelly.
Oh my gosh. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. No. Come on. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Boom.
Golly, look
There
at
was
that
the
thing.
dynamite.
Oh my gosh.
Folks at home, we got a tournament.
Whoa.
Dude, that's a 6-pounder.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen,
Overflowing again.
things just got very, 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 very interesting.
Taylor Watkins in the house.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's a giant. That's exactly what we were after. I told y'all, you get out here where it's a little deeper. That's where those bigger ones are. Ooh, dude.
My man said he had 18 to 19 and then caught possibly the biggest bass we've seen all week. He says 6, and it's definitely in that range. We've seen 2 6-pounders come across the stage. That is a mammoth smallmouth right there. That thing looked like it was 40 years old. Taylor Watkins. Live, stop number 5.
Man.
Look at that.
That's a pretty good call.
That is a strong call.
Yes.
Taylor Watkins doing work.
You'll be hurting a lot of feelings today at that weigh-in.
Showdown Saturday. Siller the Thriddler left out of there with a 5-pound lead.
Big Al McCullough better get ready to bring the boom for Taylor Watkins. Man, that weigh-in today is going to be strong.
2-day total of 39.12 coming into today. He trailed, just shy of 7 pounds there, or a little over 7 actually, from Siller. So he's got work to do today, but he's doing it. He is absolutely doing it.
He's got his mind right, that's for sure. He's got his mind right. And he's been around good fish the entire tournament, like we talked about. Day one, man, only weighed in 4 fish, should have weighed in 5, even had a dead fish penalty to go along with just only having 4 fish.
Said he lost a fish of that caliber day one.
Yeah, sure did.
Hey, listen, a couple more like that, and he said he slid out that deeper water. So awesome. Love to see that. Taylor's one of the good ones out here on the NPFL. We're fortunate to have a lot of great anglers, and he is certainly one of the guys at the top of that list. 2-time champion. And we're going to take a quick break. We're going to leave you with some uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. I was doing my Pro Guide batteries pitch.
That's right.
When he caught that. So, I mean, I'm just saying, maybe you want some Pro Guide batteries. They bring you to 6-pounders. That's what happened to us right there. We'll see you on the other side for more Lake Erie smallmouth.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and 0 nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
We're back. Lake Erie Sandusky Bay stock number 5 National Professional Fishing League presented by Fisherman Central. Just got done watching Taylor Watkins put one in the boat that is getting him a whole lot closer to the leader, Scott Siller. Look like it could be a 6-pound plus. It's a behemoth Lake Erie smallmouth. Sitting there doing some fish care now. That's one thing very important, man. These guys are making sure they're putting fin clips on, they're fizzing, they're adding G-juice, they're adding ice. Making sure all these fish stay healthy as possible. You know, we heard Scott Siller talk earlier about fish care and kind of what goes into it. As far as, you know, how it plays such a big part of your tournament itself. Fish care penalty and things of that nature.
Especially with that extreme 1-pound penalty we have.
Okay.
Our guys do everything they can, like you're saying, and sometimes you just can't help it.
That's right.
This is a big shoal out off of Peely Island. It's a couple miles long. And there's one section in here that's got really good rock on it. And I idled it in practice and, you know, found this rock and pulled up in practice and caught a couple fish pretty quick. So we didn't have a whole lot of good practice time just because of the weather. And so I just came out here on the first day and caught a couple pretty quick. But then I went running around to some different places and stuff. Well, yesterday I just decided to stay all day. And that was definitely a good decision. I mean, the fish are here. You just kind of got to fish around for them. And then eventually you'll run into them, you know, just like that big one. It just takes time. Got to be patient and, you know, wait them out, I guess. Just, you got to put it right in front of one for them to bite. So.
Taylor just working that big shoal around Peely Island he was mentioning there. He put in a full day's work, day one of practice before it got too rough with the wind blowing. These guys had a miserable time days 2 and 3 of practice with a heavy, heavy wind. he said he made the most of it day one, found these fish, got a couple of bites, and really didn't know what was here until he arrived the morning of the first day of the tournament. Catches 3 fish between 4.5 and 4 3/4 on his first 3 drops that morning. Then it got slow for him. Unfortunately, only brought 4 to the weigh in. And you know, in the back of his mind, especially when that 6-pounder came in the boat, he starts doing the math of, oh my gosh, if I just catch 20 the first day, this thing is going to be way more interesting.
Yeah, and like,
we never know.
He told us on the phone last night, not very much smallmouth experience at all. He said, yeah, what did he say? Yeah, I've caught 6 smallmouth before I came here.
Well,
joking, but
he fishes,
Cherokee, right?
You know, fishing the Tennessee River and then fishing Lake Cherokee up by where he's at. He fishes it a good bit. He's like, but it's not anywhere near the same. You know, a big smallmouth on Cherokee is a 4.5 pounder. There's a lot of 3-pounders in there, but none of this open water stuff that much. They catch a lot of fish cranking. They do catch a lot offshore on your electronics, but you're never, you know, you're 500 yards from the bank.
Like you said, he was 6 miles away from land earlier.
You don't do a lot of this in East Tennessee. Certainly a lot of looking at electronics and things like that, but a little bit different. So an impressive week by Taylor Watkins, and somebody that we were almost positive was going to have an impressive week after we left stop number 4, and he was the champ, Gary Atkins. We're going to check back in with the 2nd place pro. See how his, kind of getting close to that midday, see how it's going. We saw Gary, a little bit of heartbreak this morning.
Recovered well, definitely recovered well. Yeah, man, saw him lose a good one right at the boat. Said it's probably over 5 pounds, broke the line.
That's a couple bass sitting right there for sure.
I feel like when Gary tells me that's a smallmouth, it's a smallmouth. You know?
I'm gonna listen to him.
Anybody else in the field, I might be like, yeah, sure. Look, there he is calling his shots.
Ooh!
That one stood him up, too.
Son!
Called that one, didn't I?
In the boat.
You just tell by the way they were set up on the rock. It's a big one too. It's one of the ones I need. Come on, baby, tie her out. Oh, gee. Don't do that.
Just taking his time.
Of course, Gary with the
Come on,
smallest margin of anybody in the field between him and Scott the Thriller Siller. Still a little over 5 pounds.
He's big and he knows it. Come on.
Gary, when you say big, we just saw Taylor Watkins for the 6. We're all spoiled now.
Oh, when Gary says big, I'm sure it's going to be
a lot
helpful.
of Great Lakes, big smallmouth experience for sure. He knows.
Big whitetail too. He knows it. He knows quality when he sees it. Oh my goodness.
In the net, in the net. Yes.
There it is. That's girthy. That's a slab of meat right there, boy. That golden brown.
Number 5. I saw 2 of them sitting on a big boulder, and I said, them are bass for sure. I dropped it, and I watched them charge at it and eat it. All right. Just got to keep picking away at them, I guess. It's number 5.
Attaboy, Gary.
Great fifth fish for Gary. And he's got a line burner in the box.
That's right.
Put him over
So
here
a
on the
lot
big
of room to grow for Gary.
Now I got 1.5 pounds where I need to get rid of.
Yep. Man, I didn't realize you paid so much attention. Good job, Luke.
Hate to say it, but that big one I lost.
Not really detail oriented on a lot of things, but I do enjoy bass fishing.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, Gary, talking about that one that broke off earlier.
I'll tell you what, I was just thinking about going to another spot, and I did a loop around my primary area, and I saw 2 sitting on a boulder, and I said, them are bass for sure, and I dropped it down in there, and he saw it coming, and he actually started coming up to it, followed right to the bottom, and I didn't even close the bail, and he was already on it. Set the hook and put a 4.5 pounder in the boat. So yeah, got my 5 now. Now I just got to start working on getting some upgrades. I got 2 that I need to get rid of, and I'm gonna have a pretty nice bag again.
Good stuff, Gary Atkins. Putting him on that Atkins diet. We keep saying it, but man,
Got a
it's
lot
true.
of time yet, so that's the good thing.
Plenty of time left.
Just got to keep working on it, keep a positive attitude, and keep my head screwed on straight, and we'll be fine.
There you go. Keep a train on the tracks.
From Gary, we're going to check back in with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. James Worldwide Watson, out on the water.
All right, we're out here floating around with Brandon Perkins. He's driving around with this trolling motor here, looking for individual fish and dropping on them. He said he's had a devil of a time catching them on a crankbait because he's battling the floating grass and isolated little strips of grass that are all over the place out here. He said his better fish are crankbait, but to date he's got 1 on the crankbait and his other 4 have been on a drop shot. And he is using his live scope and he's searching for them. So not quite what he needed or wanted, but he is catching a few. And he's way out here, and it's still about 12 foot deep. So, you know, it's just, it seems like a weird style of fishing for a person that's never been up here, but this is how you do it, guys. This is what you do. And you're like, you just catch some fish, and sometimes there's not a clue really why they're there, whether it's grass or rock or sand. There's just fish there. And here, I don't know what's really holding them because other than the sandy bottom, the grass is growing up off the bottom. It's not very big.
Smallmouth.
Stuff. Back to Taylor Umland live with some live action for us.
Buddy.
Taylor sitting on 1 fish.
Gosh.
Last time we checked in with him.
I really need this fish. It's a decent fish.
Taylor told us last night he's pushing it close to Canada, right on that line, and makes that service a little tricky at times. Nice smallmouth.
Oh my gosh, that was a little bit too close. Even with a net, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. Good. Oh, don't got very good leverage there.
Good fish for Taylor.
Ori with a 4-pounder or so in the box,
3.
4.5.
Maybe a little more.
Listen, it's not pretty out there. These guys aren't catching 50. That's how we opened the show talking about that, and it's just true. They're not getting a ton of bites, but the quality is there, like here.
Give me an update, boss.
All right, we've gone on quite the lull. Not really what I was hoping to do, but this is about the time that I started catching them yesterday and the day before anyway. It's pretty nerve-wracking. Makes me want to kind of give up and just go catch a limit. But we just got our second. It's about 3 pounds. We got at least 7 pounds, something like that, but all I need is 3 more good bites to have a decent bag.
Plenty of time left in the day to do it. Plenty of time left in the day to do it. Well, Taylor wearing one of the new NPFL hats. Got some new gear at tnpfl.com. Y'all want to go check it out. A lot of new cool gear over there. I might be rocking some of it myself right now. Looking fresh and clean, son. Don't be jealous, Luke.
It's a little bit close. This is just nerve-wracking. I hate stabbing a fish. That seems to be the spot.
You going to continue on this pattern?
That, don't do that. You got a needle on your side, bud.
So many of our anglers, like Taylor, utilizing that forward-facing sonar. And Watson said it yesterday, if you come to this part of the world and you're not proficient with it, get ready for a beating these days. I mean, it just is what it is. And nobody in this country knows forward-facing sonar better than our partners at the Bass Tank. We're going to take a look at what makes the Bass Tank tick.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Gary Atkins live. Looks like that wind's calming a little bit. It's kind of a typical Lake Erie day with a little bit of roller action. And during the event, it's safe to say we haven't seen that typical Lake Erie 4 to 5 foot sea situation that can easily happen.
This is not a bass, I don't think. Oh, yes, it is.
Hooked up, Gary Atkins.
It'll get rid of that little one. Yeah, maybe a little bigger. He thinks he's big. It might be a couple ounces bigger than that other one. And it might come down to ounces. I don't know, maybe not. And he just comes off. Easy, 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 easy. I don't know. Pretty small.
Gary's smallest fish right now is in
14.
that
other one is barely
14-inch range, right at it.
This one's a little longer. So let's do what we do. Hopefully at the end of the day I'm not worried about this, but right now I gotta be. Ouch. Okay. That's the one I just caught. I don't know. I don't think it's going to help.
Looks like it might be a slight upgrade, but
I don't know.
when you put it in the boat.
Well, I wasn't working.
Gary's going to sort it out. We're going to go check in with our sponsors here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you guys back in just a few moments with more Lake Erie big smallmouth bass.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Back out to Lake Erie with Gary Atkins, the Progressive Angler of the Year leader. He was in second coming into this event, but based off of the tournament he's having here and our leader coming into this event, Timmy Reams, kind of flip-flopped a little bit. He's going to take a lead into Florida into that final event down there at Lake Toho. Gary taking his time to retie, which is very important around all those rocks, and I'm sure he's maybe taking a little extra time, Fat Cat, compared to this morning because he broke off a nice 4 to 5 pounder.
You know that's in the back of his head. He just brought it up before he went to break.
Tie for my drop shot rig. Well, I've got a G Loomis NRX rod, a medium action, fast action tip. It's perfect for what I'm doing here. And then I've got 10-pound braided line with a 10-pound fluorocarbon leader, Seagull fluorocarbon leader. Perfect setup for this. I tried going with a little lighter line this morning, and we all saw what happened there. It didn't end well for me. Oh, come on. I got sunscreen in my eyes. This is burning.
From Gary Atkins, we're going to go check in with Blake Felix.
I started out with green pumpkin. I've been catching them on green pumpkin, but then I switched up to a smoked purple flake, and it seems like I'm getting more bites now. I'm going to go back to that green pumpkin again once the sun gets a little higher. I think that will be effective then. Hopefully, there we go. Hopefully I can get a few more quality bites.
Blake Gary's giving up the goods there. I'm going to go jump over to Blake Felix now. Gary talking about those changes he's having to make in colors of his worms. That flat worm color paying off for him. I'm all about live scope and this open water fishing, but this is more my speed, man.
Oh, yes,
I
sir.
like this natural man-made cover, the industrial type structure that current breaks.
I like to have those tires from 78 Bronco come on one time. We got 351 Cleveland, turn them bad boys over.
Hooked up.
Wish these were all 4-pounders.
Mm.
They are stacked on this wall. They're just not big right now.
Peanut.
Gotta be one big one here.
Some of you guys tuning in late, we saw some cool stuff earlier. Blake Felix rescued a seagull up on the shoreline on the sidewalk. There were a few people up there around it. He didn't know what was going on, went up there, and the seagull that got into a fishing line swallowed a hook. Blake put them hands on it, saved the day. Got bit in the middle of it though, so it lit him up pretty good. A little bit better fish right here.
Got one here.
Close to that wall would make me nervous, and I know it is Blake. All that metal. I'm sure there's some rock down there.
Oh yeah, plenty of stuff to hurt your feelings.
Oh boy, he's hungry, boy.
Choked it.
Oh boy, haven't had one do that yet. Man, I'm gonna have to cut it, I think. Barely in him. Dang it. Sorry, bud. I'm just gonna let him go. He's bigger, but I don't want a dead one.
Conservation at the forefront of everybody's mind. He's gonna go ahead and release that fish, not put it in the box. And from Felix back over to the man,
anyways.
Scott Siller.
Absolutely.
Trying to close out a wire-to-wire victory here, Showdown Saturday. Been quiet.
Oh yeah, has been quiet.
Been a lot of other anglers taking shots at him. Been a little quiet.
Oh yeah. Taylor Watkins is on them heels, boy. Like you say, he's been catching fish. It's not the same quality. He's been catching drum. He said I had a few choice words. He didn't drum earlier.
The hunter, because yeah, I feel like I got a big target on my back and I'm about to get stuck in the back by an arrow. Unless one of these big girls bite here for me. This whole sheep's head deal is making me damn nervous, you know?
You know, we pointed that out earlier.
Yeah.
Something has changed.
Yeah, but you know what though? I feel like those sheep's head are on the rock veins more than the boulders, so I might just have to focus on them boulders, you know? I'll find out in just a minute because we're about to drift over a boulder behind you.
And Scott is doing that typical Lake Erie.
If I get a sheep's head on this one here, then I'll know for sure they're on these veins. Because I saw 2 or 3 fish sitting there.
But he pulls up, gets on his line, drifts with the wind, uses the trolling motor to keep the nose of the boat into the wind, looks around with that live scope, 360, cranks the big motor, goes back and does it again. And he's got 3 drifts that he's really been making the entire tournament, all within this small area. And really to find that in practice, a lot of people, you know, they idle until they find those isolated boulders. But at Erie, places like St. Clair, it's almost like making a grid. Drift 100 yards, see if you get bit, jump over another 25 to 50 yards the other way, make another line, and you go back at the end of the day and you look at your GPS, and it will. It's just a lot of, it looks like a graph almost, you know, and drop you a waypoint when you get bit, and you'll kind of figure out where they're concentrated. And you may cover a mile-long flat like that, but that happens a lot, especially on Lake St. Clair. There aren't a ton of depth changes. Look right there, great look at it.
Like somebody dumped a can of spaghetti on a dash.
But you can also see though, it is that way, but there are also those straight lines around those waypoints. I mean, there's a method to the mayhem for sure. You're not just drifting aimlessly, that you're looking for certain things. But you've heard so many of our anglers talk, they're on the edge of a shoal and there's only a 1 or 2 foot drop off. It's not like a Tennessee River Lake where you see a ledge that goes from 10 feet all the way out to 30 feet. You know, these huge, these are more subtle breaks these fish get on, and then they relate to those boulders, those rocks. And so you have to fish these areas, these flats, these humps, very much like he's doing, because it's a lot of ground to cover. You're talking about 6 million acres of water. You got to hope to find the needle in the haystack, man. Siller certainly found one of those magic areas this week by doing just that.
He certainly did. Like you said, he had it to himself for most of the tournament, too.
Here's wheel spinning a little bit today. And,
oh,
and we see it
yeah.
with every leader we cover, right, on Showdown Saturdays. You never think you've got enough. That's just us as outdoorsmen. You never catch a big enough fish. You never shoot a big enough deer. We're always, you know, we can't make us happy, right? And it's always that way. He's got a sod limit in the box, but he knows what's here. And that's those 4 pound, 5 pound plus fish. And he just thinks he needs a couple more.
Dude, and it's hard to go into Showdown Saturday as a leader because you got so many people that are just, like back in the day watching Dale Earnhardt. He wanted to be in second to that final lap. He pulled that slingshot, you could hurt your feelings. And that's, you know, you might as well call Taylor Watkins Dale Earnhardt right now because he's fixing to put a slingshot on Scott Siller.
No doubt about that. Well, and he sees, you know, he blasts off this morning knowing you've got Taylor that caught the second biggest bag of the event, and Gary just a couple ounces off of that yesterday. Their weights are getting better. His weight went backwards yesterday significantly, which, I mean, it's hard to back up 26-pound stringers with another 26-pound stringer, but certainly had a great bag of fish yesterday. Absolutely. Just shot 21 pounds, not taking anything away from it. But those guys are trending that way. He trended backwards. But that 26-pound shot he laid out there the first day is going to be the difference in this tournament.
No doubt about it.
Sure. And rightfully so. Been a little slower here in the midday section of Showdown Saturday for Siller. But we've had a lot of action so far today. We're going to take a look back at that as we get in this 12 o'clock hour on Showdown Saturday. Look at some of the highlights. We come back. Got Blake Felix out there making a very, very long run.
Get you in here, yes.
Across Lake Erie to the Detroit River, where he was able to catch 21 pounds the first day, 19 yesterday.
Makes 5.
And save a seagull today.
Saved a seagull.
Yes! Yes!
And the highlight of our year
6
on
pounder.
NPFL Live.
Yes!
That just absolute tanker truck of a smallmouth, Taylor Watkins. And he's got several of its friends to go with it.
That's a nice one.
Little barefoot bandit.
Gary Atkins.
Oh, golly, man. Every time I see it.
In the net.
Attaboy.
Just wish they would jump on over the trolling motor when they do that. Quality smallmouth coming into the boat here, and a roller coaster of a ride on Lake Erie for a lot of our pros.
Did you expect any less coming into this event?
Not at all. Not in the least. Scott Siller there unofficially on top, 62 pounds even right now. Unofficially, of course, Luis Fernandez, 57.13. Justin Kimmel, JK, sliding in there with that Smalley stash, 56.13. And no surprise, his running mate, Trent Palmer, is fishing an amazing event. Just off of that 20-pound-a-day pace, he's caught 19 a day average so far. And now today, moving up the board, Taylor Watkins, we have him unofficially at 53 pounds at the last update. I'm going to say that's more like 60. So he's going to be 60, 61, maybe more. I don't know. With that, it depends on how much that last fish weighed. But Taylor certainly got a lot more weight than that. He's going to be more like the second place man right now. Danny Weems, Drew 6, having a fantastic event. Talked to Watson, watching Drew 6 early. He's just catching fish after fish after fish. Cranking them up, having a big time, but wanting to get some of those 4+ pounders to replace some of the 3s he's got in the box. Gary Atkins still hanging around that top 10. I'd say Gary's probably got upwards around 52, 53 pounds now, a little bit more than that. Randy Kukral, Blake Felix rounding out our unofficial top 10. And of course, everything will become official at 4 p.m. Eastern with Big Al McCullough there. Fisherman Central, Port Clinton, Ohio, and they've been a fantastic host for us this week. An amazing partner of ours here at the NPFL.
Top notch. Fisherman Central is a place that's unlike almost any other place I've been to in the country that sells fishing tackle. They have one establishment In Akron, Ohio, 25,000 square foot of nothing but bass fishing heaven, son. Crazy. The one here, Port Clinton, 32,000 square foot of just bass fishing heaven. Some walleye stuff, some panfish stuff, but primarily bass fishing. 32,000 square foot. Get your life right, son. FishermanCentral.com. Anything you want, you go there because their passion is catching.
No doubt about it, and they know what they're talking about. We see that Dan Blackert, one of the owners there, team owners there. Fisherman Central, he was in the top 10 rolling out today. He's on the home water's been stacking them up. So you go in there, they're going to get you lined out with the right stuff. Heck, Blake Felix, one of our anglers in the top 10, had to buy new rod and reels there this week and has been
They had to show him how to use a spinning reel. He was using it upside down. They're like, no, Blake, other way. Next thing you know, he's catching 20-pound sacks.
We appreciate the folks at Fisherman Central. We appreciate everybody tuning in. This has been a very fun Showdown Saturday for us so far. Lots of big brown fish coming across the board. Now let's get back out on the water to the thriller himself, Mr. Scott Siller. Hooked up.
This is a bass, I think.
A lot of drum, sheep's head for Siller today.
No, maybe not. Damn it. Nope.
Of course, not due to
damn it, it is a bass. It's a big one. That's a good one. Pretty healthy.
Yeah, man, thought he had another drum. Ended up being a pleasant surprise. Decent smallmouth. They're going to help him.
Oh, now they're good.
Was that on a boulder or a vein is the question I'm getting, Scotty.
That was on a boulder.
On a boulder?
Jeez.
No culling beam, no scale, just doing it by eye. Going old school.
I didn't like that guy anyways.
Here's another one. Is that a good sign, Scotty?
Yeah, very good sign. Very happy with that. Thought the bass were gone. We still need bigger ones. We ain't getting it done with this.
I wonder if the Scots there, the Scott show, can give us an update on what he estimates his weight is at right now. That'd be interesting for us. Just tell him the story. He's got a good bag of fish, but unfortunately no Way Live tracker updates.
What do you think we got for an estimated weight, Scott?
I'm gonna say probably about 17. So one good one. I need like 2 4-pounders, and I think that that'll get us up to 20.
I mean, you're still seeing fish here.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, let me fizz this one, and then if she's ready to be fizzed, yeah.
Well, he's going to take care of some fish. We're gonna check back in with two-time champ, Taylor Watkins.
It's been pretty good. We culled twice. We come out to this little bit deeper water. Culled twice. One really nice one. Probably, I don't know. It's probably bigger than anything I've had this week. I don't know that it's quite 6 pounds, but it's at least a 5-pounder. And another one, caught another one that was probably close to 4-ish, 3 3/4, 4-pounder. So all in all, just a great day. I mean, nothing better than a Saturday out catching fish. You know, I mean, this is what we all strive to do and work so hard for, is days and weeks just like this, you know, just to get out here and enjoy and catch them. You know, it makes the struggle days nice. So really enjoyed the day. We got a lot more time left. I'm probably going to give myself a lot of time to get back though. So I mean, I'm happy. Like, I don't know that I can win. Several guys would really have to stumble really hard, but hey, you never know. We're gonna have to we're gonna make them work for it. That's for sure. So, all in all, good day so far. I'm happy with it. Good old ham and cheese wrap.
Attaboy.
I bet Fat Cat wishes he had one right now. And a big old smallmouth in the other hand.
Taylor's making me really hungry.
Oh.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Not fair at all. But there's I'm sure he got this from Bassett's Market. It's a place that you and I have been told a lot about there.
Local staple.
Absolutely. And we've been jealous in Wisconsin, even though we got some really good food up here.
Oh, yeah.
Not to
They
throw
take care of
shade at the Ohio contingency of NPFL. We've got our own spots we like up here, but Bassett's Market, a historical place there in Sandusky Bay. We're going to check that out right now. Bassett's Market.
Hey folks, Big Al here with the NPFL stop number 5, Sandusky Bay. We're here in Port Clinton, Ohio. We come into town, we got to get snacks and drinks for all of our staff and our crew, and why not check it out over here at Bassett's. Fruit is essential, but we're going to take a pass on that right now. If anybody doesn't know, Brad Fuller, our president, big fan of sweets. Big fan of sweets. Lots of snacks to choose from. We're going to get us some Kind bars, some granola, make sure that our staff is filled up and got a lot of energy for this week's event. So we're going to just go down the list here at Bassett's and pick out all the good ones. Got to stay hydrated. It's not too hot up here. Nice thing about being here in Ohio is no humidity. Just like any local supermarket, they got everything that you want here. We got a great meat and seafood section, sushi. We got a bakery over there in the deli. We won't need any of that stuff this week at the event, but if you're in town here in Port Clinton, Ohio, come to Bassett's. It is the place to shop for your family. Bassett's has got us handled. That's a wrap on Bassett's.
Since 1898, that's an old grocery store.
It is. It's been there for a while, man. Like I say, it's a staple in the community. They play a big role in what happens around there, and they did a big part in helping with the weigh-in and did the angler meet on Wednesday before the tournament. And they were kind enough to come out there and supply everybody with food and drinks.
Gary Atkins supplying these smallmouth with that Atkins diet.
There you go.
Those flat worms.
It's a walleye.
You know, we watched him earlier talking about changing colors.
It's a walleye.
Wally coming out to play on Labor Day weekend here, Sandusky Bay.
All right. With him being a local, will he keep it or throw it back? Just throw it down the rod locker.
Again.
You ain't got time for all that noise right now.
Thank you.
Mm.
He did it anyways. I don't know how they do it. Every time I catch a walleye, it gets all tangled up.
He gets doing that spin move on you.
Little death roll like a catfish.
Yeah.
Good to hear Gary laughing.
It is.
He's frustrated a little bit this morning with that big
I don't know how
smallmouth
they do
breaking
it.
off. Understandably so.
All right.
And somebody I know that you always look forward to hearing from. A little more than me. Kind of on the fence about it sometimes. But that's our man, James Worldwide Watson. He's out there bobbing around in that Labor Day traffic, and we're going to check in with him. James Worldwide Watson over there hanging around the Detroit River area for a reason.
Grocery
today,
cart
I
we just
feel
saw
like.
a Big Al push out. It's probably in Watson's boat.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. He's a big fan
Check
of a
in
good
with
snack.
Mr. Worldwide.
Kid Rock up and down the coast. We just ran into Kid Rock over here on this beach, some party goers.
Nice.
It's going to get busier around here for sure. Everybody's starting to get the jet skis out, have a good time. But that's what they do up here, all right? The guys are out smashing on bass, and we are calling it a wrap. So we're going to go in. We're going to see who's going to win this thing. How tight is it? Can Siller pull it off? We don't know, but nonetheless, you're going to find out soon. We're going to go live on the way in here in a little while.
Thanks.
So Watson's clocking out early. That's what I got there.
Part-time,
A little bit over an hour and a half left in our broadcast. Blake Felix hooked up, and Watson
Fighting.
Bambino smallmouth there for Blake, but
good stuff from Watson this week, though. He come in here. He's been hanging out, bebopping and flip-flopping. Sad to see him go.
I think that was a juke move. I think that was a fake out. I think he's going to be up there on that beach because you know James.
I like your style.
He's going to have him a White Claw.
Oh yeah.
Something like that in the next little bit. They'll be like, "Hey, James never showed up at the weigh-in. Have you guys talked to him?"
He's over there drinking grapefruit seltzers and eating Triscuits.
We appreciate James putting in the work this week. It is very, very difficult to cover an event with this much water. All the possibilities of where the guys can be. I think the first day he ran around, he goes, "Guys, I saw 3 people out of 109 today. I don't know what you want from me." Felix hooked up. One thing about this man right here, he's going to get bit.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely
He may
around.
not be catching the quality that everybody else out in Lake Erie has been. Of course, 2 great stringers. That's what landed him in the top
That's right,
5
yeah.
going out today. But he gets more bites than everybody. That is for sure.
And one of those bites happened to be by a seagull earlier. If y'all have missed it. Oh, Blake Felix. Seagull whisperer. Got hands on the seagull up on shore that had decided to eat some fishing line or a lure of some sort. Oh, Blake slid in there and saved the day. Oh, Bobby the seagull out eating something else he shouldn't be eating probably. see his deck of his boat looks a little bit different than the other guys. Where he's fishing.
We've seen him throw a jerk bait. We've seen him throw a lot of different things here in the river. We're going to leave you with Blake with some uninterrupted coverage as we go check in with our sponsors. A little over an hour and a half left in live coverage, but still a lot of fishing time left, especially for our top 5 we're covering today. We're going to see you on the other side of this break for more Lake Erie action.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium Power Perfector.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Blake Felix back in the Detroit River. If you're just tuning in,
got it.
A lot of water in play this week for all of our anglers.
Here.
The league really took the training wheels off for the guys and said, hey, go wherever you want to go, just get back safely. And so the guys could go to St. Clair, all of Lake Erie in play, of course, Sandusky Bay, the Detroit River. Lots of water in play. And we saw a lot of guys go to St. Clair. 2.5 hour run over there the first day. And
did you think it was going to play a bigger role, St. Clair?
It's a fantastic fishery, man. It's really surprising to me that more guys didn't catch fish in St. Clair.
Sometimes that happens.
To compete. But it's such a long run, and you have such
I broke
little
off
fishing
my Ned
time.
rig earlier, my last one with a weed guard, so I'm fighting it right now a little bit.
And like we're seeing with a lot of our guys on Erie, the fish are scattered. They're not these just huge mega schools ganged up on these places. So you're having to hunt and peck 6 to 8 bites. It's the same way on St. Clair right now. You might find a mother load of them somewhere, but it's going to fish similar. And so when you've only got 2 hours to fish with that kind of run in between, I think that's maybe why it didn't play as big of a role.
I got it, I think.
If you had a full 8 hours on St. Clair, the guys could have gone over there and put in or whatever, and it competed with Erie. I think that it definitely would have been in the mix, several guys in the top 10, because it's just fantastic fishery, man. But Blake's kind of our lone ranger in that Detroit River contingency
right now.
In the top 10. Really milked it and made it work. You see that current? And this is fun fishing like this, man. Just watching your line as it drifts in the current, waiting for it to jump. You heard him say utilizing a drop shot, but he was talking there, he's been using a weedless Ned rig as well. We've seen him pick up a jerkbait a few times. Mr. Felix, we're going to check back in with second place pro, Gary Atkins. Gary going to come away from this event that progressive AOY leader. He was 11 points behind coming into this event. With one event to go. Lots on the line.
Do we know that for sure? You figure Timmy Reams had an 11-point lead, and Timmy Reams has made a move.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's what I needed.
Let me be quiet for a minute.
Got my bait the first time. Come on, baby. Come on back up here. Come on back up here. This is a really big fish. Stay down. Just tie yourself out.
Again, when Gary tells you it's a big smallmouth, you've got to listen. Certainly, with the experience level he has on these Great Lakes smallmouth.
Come on. Be good to me. I know you're getting tired.
This is where I struggle. I'm trying to horse it. I want to see it. I don't have the patience.
Come on.
Getting closer, you hear that leader.
Oh my God. Yes.
When you hear Gary say, oh my God.
That's all there, bud.
Girth.
Yes. That's what you call a Great Lakes launch.
Okay. Got our first Great Lakes launch alert.
There we go.
Actually, we had one earlier with Taylor. Of course, Gary doesn't know that.
If I wouldn't have lost that 5-pounder this morning, I'd be sitting on 23 pounds right now.
It's got a bag. That was quite the upgrade. Mr. Atkins.
Come on, baby. I know you're tired. Give me some. Yes! I love this sport. So many highs and so many lows, you know. This morning I was ready to shoot myself. Now I want to jump in and go for a swim.
If that's not real talk, I don't know what is.
That Cedar Point coaster, baby.
I'm telling you.
Lake Erie.
You know, you see what I did there? I changed up. I went to the 4.5-inch black, and it hit the bottom, and he was on it. So I think I'll try that for a while.
Just keeps making those little, the same bait, but subtle adjustments. Color. Change color 2 or 3 times.
I'm sure all I think it is a leech.
And I was talking to Dan from Fisherman Central.
All right.
One of the owners of
one
Fisherman
more of them.
Central.
We're going to make this interesting.
And I was asking about colors of baits. You know, we were talking about, you know, popular colors. He's saying green pumpkin is one of the most popular colors, if not the most. And do colors really matter? He said, absolutely. He said, subtle changes can make big differences.
And these those smallmouth are sight feeders. They're focused in on, and they're finicky as well.
So clear water, yeah.
They'll call bull on something real fast, like, I don't think so, not today.
Well, then, you know, depending on the time of the day, the overcast, you know, different light make the colors look, you know, different shades, right? I want to go back to Timmy Reams. I want to go back to that progressive AOI. He's making a move. He has another solid limit. He's over 15 pounds right now. If he upgrades once or twice, it's going to be a slim margin.
They're still going to flip-flop.
They will.
Definitely going to flip-flop, but I think it's going to be doable for either one of them, right? Going
yeah,
into
absolutely.
But I think Gary's certainly going to be your leader. Leaving Sturgeon Bay. Listen to me. I'm in Wisconsin.
It's been a long week.
Wisconsin. These big smallmouth are killing me. That's all I'm thinking about. You and I are up here right here at Sturgeon Bay, Green Bay area, here in studio. We're going to get back out on the lake here with Taylor Watkins, the 2-time champ. And Gary's been putting him on that Atkins diet, but Watkins has had him on that Watkins diet today as well.
Yeah, man. He's been doing that Tennessee two-step on the deck of that boat, man. Running around like a barefoot bandit. Right at home on Lake Erie. Told us, man, not very much experience at all with smallmouth. Like you said, a little bit around the house on Cherokee, but nothing like this. Come in here, guns a-blazing, son.
Listen, nothing compares to the Great Lakes. I don't care where you fish, what you do. It's just a different animal. Watkins hooked up. Looks small-mouthy. That rod bouncing.
That'll make you pucker up. Oh!
Dang it. Dang. Oh, come here, big girl. Oh, you made me work for that one.
Sound like Jerry Clower.
Oh my goodness, what a disaster. What a disaster. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Oh my gosh, look at that thing. Oh my goodness, dude. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. Dude, look at that thing. Barely had her.
Let me look at it. Oh, yes, sir.
There'll be a lot of booms at Fisherman Central this afternoon when Watkins rolls in and Gary Atkins and Scott Siller. Telling you, look at that cold.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That bag's wall to wall, treetop tall, son.
Golly. What a fiasco.
A beautiful fiasco at that.
I don't care. I got it. Somebody got a good laugh, so that's all that matters. Oh man.
Buddy, we ain't laughing at you.
Yeah, we weren't laughing at anything.
No,
Those things
sir.
are wild.
You putting in work, old boy.
We're going to let Taylor sort that live well out, which is very important. Ounces mean dollars here in these Great Lakes
Sometimes
smallmouth
that net
events
will get
for
you
sure.
in trouble.
We're going to jump back over to Blake Felix.
Boy, we're running out of weights here.
Wow. Right?
Wow.
Watkins
I'm telling you,
is
dude,
having a day.
Hey,
He
listen.
told us last night, he said,
did.
I could have put some pressure on Scott. And listen, everybody loses fish. Everybody that goes out fishing in these events, you're going to lose them.
I've never lost a fish that weighed under 10 pounds.
Never lost a fish fight. That's what I've heard.
Doing good as dynamite.
But
All right, we're going to make a run back up to where we started.
he's around quality, and he told us that last night. Man, I only weighed 4 fish the first day, and it's killing me because I know I'm going to potentially come up short because of it. And because Scott put up such a huge stringer the first day to separate himself from the field by 4 or 5 pounds first day. Amazing comeback by Taylor Watkins.
It's going to be a very, very interesting weigh-in today at 4 o'clock. With old Big Al McCullough bringing the boom, the Fisherman Central in Port Clinton. If you guys are in the area, man, go on by there and check it out. It is an event for the family.
It's 12:40.
Blake's going to make a move. We're going to jump back over to Gary Atkins, second place pro.
That one was set up perfect too, right on a rock. He went right over to it, didn't eat it. It helps when there's like 2 or 3 on a rock, because then it's competition. I didn't get far enough, did I? Nope.
Been a heck of a showdown Saturday.
Oh, that it has, my
Right on a
friend.
rock right
That it
there,
has.
all by himself though.
Showdown Saturday, smallmouth smash fest.
I like
Say
that. There
say
you
that
go.
5 times
Yeah.
fast, huh?
I like
That's what
that.
it has been. And this was an event that a lot of guys had circled on the calendar, but I feel like Saginaw Bay got all the hype coming in. And fantastic fishery. But we thought we were going to see the smallmouth weights there that we did here and deep into the field. And we caught it in that post-spawn kind of funk period.
Oh, yeah.
Largemouth really played a huge role there as well. And man, we get here and the weights have been nothing short of amazing. 9 bags over 20 yesterday, 10 bags over 20 the first day. That check weight is going to be somewhere in that 15.5, 16 pound range for 36th place. It looks like. How many bags over 20 will we see today? You know,
Good point. Absolutely.
It's crazy. I mean, I think Taylor's got, I don't want to speak for him, but man, with that last call, we've seen every fish he's caught today, but haven't taken a great look at him. But man, he's in that 22 plus pound range again today. I think he's
knocking on that door for sure.
Yeah, maybe more. That last call was significant.
That it was, man.
That giant, I don't know, man. It's a wild ride.
And with Siller, we don't really know what Siller has. He's not weighing them. Doesn't even have culling beams. He's out there eyeballing them. So
it says 17, which would, unofficially put him in that 63, 64 pound range. 63 on the low side.
It's obvious that Watkins is around quality.
Whew. And look, he calls out.
If he brings in what Scott brought in on day one.
That's what I was going to say. We've seen a 26 pound stringer. What's to say he doesn't catch 25? He has the baseline for that 25 pound stringer in the box already. He gets a couple more bites. He's in that ballpark, and that can get very interesting at Fisherman Central this afternoon.
Yes.
If Scott doesn't put a couple more 4-pounders in the boat like he has every
He's
day.
on a struggle bus. I don't want to say he's on a struggle bus because that's not
17
accurate.
pounds on the struggle bus. But that's what we're used to with this event.
Well, seeing how he's fished the past 2 days compared to how he's fishing today, he's still fishing clean, but he's dealing with more drum, smaller fish.
If he can get to 20 pounds,
he should be safe.
He's obviously, that's slamming the door. 67, that would put him in that 67 pound range for 3 days. And Taylor, like I said, after his first day not weighing a limit, comes into today with 39.12. Even if Taylor caught 26,
right.
It's if he can catch that 20 pound mark, he shuts the door, slams it actually, not just shuts it. But he's still got some work to do if he's going to get to 20 pounds.
Agreed.
Never know, man.
No, man. And Watkins, like he's.
And I was ready. I was all in on Siller yesterday.
Yeah, you were. Sure. Right,
he does have a special. He's been getting more bites than anybody else. But Taylor even told us last night, man, I'm getting like 6 bites a day. He had more than that in the first 45 minutes of fishing this morning. He's having a magic day, man. We've seen it on here.
And who's to say there aren't other guys having magic days? I don't know if they'll be in contention to win. But
there's magic going on out there.
The conditions are very similar to what they have been,
Think about the 20-pound bags we had yesterday that were off camera. We felt like out of the 5 guys that we covered yesterday that it was a slower day. Then the weigh-in, a lot of fireworks again, 9 bags over 20. We saw Jason Williamson yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
4 bass for 21. Bigs swimming around on Lake Erie. So far from over here on Showdown Saturday. As we look in on second place pro, Gary Atkins, we're going to check in with the sponsors here with the National Professional Fishing League. And we appreciate all of you taking time out of your Labor Day weekend to tune in to this smallmouth smash fest. And we'll see you back out on Lake Erie in a few short moments.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you're looking to upgrade your boat to lithium batteries, now is the time. ProGuide Batteries has partnered with the NPFL and is offering you 20% off all lithium from Thursday, September 1st through Friday, September 9th. To take advantage of this opportunity, visit your local ProGuide lithium dealer or ProGuideBatteries.com and use code NPFL.
Looking for an easy meal.
Listen.
And he found it.
Back. Sandusky Bay, man. Lake Erie, stop number 5. Presented by Fisherman Central. Gary doing a little catch and release action.
All right. Use that black one for a little bit longer.
Locker full of those flatworms. Playing a huge part in this tournament here, up here at Sandusky Bay. Gary's been rotating through those this morning, changing different colors. It seems like every time he changes the color, he catches a better fish. He came into Showdown Saturday, about 5 pounds, 5 ounces behind the leader. I think Gary just came into this second place, starting day 3. Scott the Thriller Siller out there, still making it hard for the guys to catch up. Gary's doing his best, had a 1/5 break off earlier, right at the boat, heartbreaker. Kept his composure, got up, shook it off, and went back to work. You folks at home that have been watching with us all morning, all week, you're starting to see that water starting to calm down a little bit. Sun trying to peek out. Same that's been doing all week. Starts out windy in the morning, wind starts to lay down a little bit. It seems like the bigger ones come out to play as the day goes on. Top 10 left this morning at 7 o'clock in the first flight. Don't have to check in until last flight at 5:30. So them boys got a long day of fishing, plenty of time to make up some ground, accumulate some of those valuable progressive AOI points, and have a chance of making that cut line, man, at 36. Spot for a check.
Lots of cash going to be
Lots
handed
of cash.
out.
Dude, day 1, 17 pounds was in 36.
I'm feeling all right. I still got one in the live well I need to get called out. I've got one really nice one, 3 good ones, and I got one that's about 2.5 pounds I got to get out of there. You haven't have a chance. So for the amount of time I got left, I'm feeling good. I'm certainly feeling a lot better now than I was a couple hours ago when things were pretty tough. The wind's laid down now. It's made it a little easier to fish and stay on top of the fish. So I'm just going to keep grinding away. I got one for sure I've got to go, and if I could upgrade one of my other fish, I'll be looking good. I'm guessing around 19 pounds right now. So we got a little work to do yet.
Gary saying 19 pounds unofficially. That's going to have him in that 60-pound range. So fantastic tournament, over a 20-pound-a-day average. And he weighed 19 even the first day.
And we talked
22.11 yesterday.
Coming into the event, doing some of the round tables, I was asking over and under 65 pounds, what's it going to take? And a lot of the guys were saying under 65. We had a few of the guys saying over 65. And where are you at? Are we going to crack 65?
Yes. Yes.
That's what I like to hear.
It's going to be north of 65.
That's what I like to hear.
And if it's less, I'll take you to dinner for your birthday. How about that?
You won't do it.
I'm going to do it.
I love McDonald's.
Belated birthday for the big cat. Right now, Mr. Blake Felix is going to get back on the water with him over there in that Detroit River. Man, I'll tell you what, he is, we might as well call him the gambler, running across that lake every single day. But today, I feel like when Blake gets back to Sandusky Bay, he's gonna have seen a little bit of everything.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Just look at the boats right there over his shoulder. I mean,
he had the
this
daggone
area likes to throw down.
Del Fuego speedboat gang was around him earlier. I was like, here we go.
Is that the regulators?
It is.
Out mounting up?
They were mounting up. Hey man, Blake's had an interesting day. No lack of fish catches. He's been around quantity, not the quality that he has been around all week. You know, if you look at where he's at compared to the other guys, man, sun's out, bluebird sky, got a little breeze. Here we go. Oof. Maybe there's some of that quality he left there yesterday.
And it's big. So I don't know if it's a bass or what, but the glob on the scope was huge.
I like huge globs.
It's not as big as I thought it was. Oops, I'm sorry.
I think Blake might be the nicest guy in our field. Truly.
He is nice.
Helping out the birds. Hit Moat, the cameraman, with the net. Apologized mid-fish fight.
Yeah.
I like it. Blake's a good dude.
Gosh, that fish looked way bigger on live scope. I don't think he's gonna help me.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, he needs some milk.
Biscuit.
He's something.
Because this one is the one that's... Ah, you sucker. Making me earn it. Oh boy.
Keep it together, brother. You got it.
Making me earn it. I think he's bigger anyways. Nope. Going back. I will say.
Almost 1 o'clock there in the Detroit River.
Makes me feel good though, because I caught that fish out deeper where I was catching them in practice. Man, frayed my line again. Jeez.
And Blake still got a, I'm going to call it conservatively a 2-hour
The
run
fish
back.
was 17 foot on the bottom.
Still got a couple more hours of fishing time, but a lot less than the rest of our guys out on Erie.
5-pounders at.
Blake re-rigs. We're going to go check in with the Tennessee two-stepper, as you've called him all day long. Mr. Taylor Watkins, he's two-stepping all right. Some big brown fish in the boat. Taylor's a lot of fun to spend a day in the boat with him, getting to watch him like this. We've had many occasions to do that on NPFL Live. I mean, his demeanor, his attitude, no matter how things are going, he's an awesome guy to get to cover, and having a fantastic Showdown Saturday.
Agreed with all the above. He's definitely a cool cat.
And not to overshadow Gary Atkins with, I mean, overcoming adversity to 19 pounds, his own estimate right now. I mean, that's not a slouch.
No, it's not.
Stringer, tough again.
That thing's bowed up too, son.
Look, on this general area where he's at, every time he's locked up today, it's been a big smallmouth, it seems.
That could be the one right there.
I mean, another one of those, like the last two giants we've seen him catch, puts him in that, potentially towards that mid-20s range, man, and that's unbelievable small.
That's going to be dangerous for Siller. Like you said, we still got Siller on about 17.
And Siller's been in and out of cell range. We haven't been able to get with him as much. We've had poor reception with his camera more times than we haven't this afternoon. So hopefully we can get an update with Siller.
And same thing with Taylor Allman.
Yeah, not a lot with Taylor today.
All right, what we got? Big Belly Kelly, come on. Don't you jump.
Come on, baby.
I think he's nervous.
He's perched up, boy.
Oh, it's a drum.
God. Dang.
Dude, that one felt just like a bass the whole time. It is a drum, and it felt like head shakes and everything the whole time. God, it's even brown.
Hey, I think I just said they're putting big brown fish in the boat. I didn't specify.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a species.
Put a call clip on it. Bring it to weigh in.
See if you can slip it past Kyle Carpenter.
You got it. You don't know any better.
Hand him
Look
a
at
corn
that thing,
dog.
dude. It looks like a smallmouth.
Big fan of corn dogs.
Shout out to Weighmaster Kyle Carpenter.
Mr. Wisco himself.
It came straight to the top. Yeah, I thought it was gonna jump. God.
Entering our last hour of live coverage today.
All right.
And what a day it has been. We're going to take a look back at some of the highlights so far from this Showdown Saturday. Stop number 5. Can't believe the season's almost over.
Crazy,
We've got one event to go after this, and we are in the waning hours of Showdown Saturday here at stop number 5. Sandusky Bay, Lake Erie, the Detroit River. If you've been with us all day, you've seen Mr. Felix do a lot of hook setting. Thriller, Scott Siller, putting them in the boat today again. Not the quality that we've seen. Gary Atkins has caught dinner, and he's caught fish that'll bring in that lunch money. Big smallies. Gary Atkins, the smallmouth specialist.
Yes, absolutely.
From Wisconsin, our Progressive Angler of the Year contender, leaving this event. And we cannot say enough about this man's day right here. Taylor Watkins, the Tennessee pro, 2-time champ with the league, trying to make it 3.
Dang.
That's that Jerry Klein right
Come
there.
Here, big girl.
Oh,
we can make it work for that one. Oh.
Absolutely amazing stuff.
Hey, Marcel Ledbetter.
From our crew today out there on the big pond. And unofficially, we have Taylor Watkins, 66 pounds. I don't know if he's updated that weigh live, but that is...
oh, sucky now.
That is stout, to say the least. Scott Siller, 62 even. Can he knock off the man that has been leading this thing wire to wire? Luis Fernandez holding up third place, who's having a fantastic day today. Justin Kimmel, JK, our buddy, professional fish head, catching them up as well on this final day. He had 17 or 18 family members. He's from Ohio originally. Show up at the weigh-in and surprise him yesterday.
Oh, that's
very
awesome.
Cool. His post this morning, very sentimental. It was awesome to see. He had a great day and looking to have a fantastic showdown Saturday in front of that hometown crowd. Trent Palmer, another guy that resides in Georgia just like Justin, but is also from the Ohio area originally, born and raised up here. Very interesting that both those guys, they run together and have that history, but Trent having a fantastic event. Sheldon Calling, someone that we talk about.
Buddy, every tournament it seems like we talk about Sheldon.
Top 10 progressive AOY last year again, this year having a fantastic event here at Lake Erie. Drew Six, one of our locals that we were going to definitely need to keep an eye on coming into this event in that top 10. Danny Weems, one of his running mates there. Blake Felix and Gary Atkins rounding out that top 10. Gary, of course, said he's got 19 pounds, was our last update. And you got to think he's more around that 60-pound range. So Gary's certainly a little bit further up the leaderboard in that top three. It's definitely a three-man race right now as far as we're concerned with Taylor, Scott, and Gary. Who's going to take it home? That's just putting you on the spot. No big deal.
Dude, man.
Call it. Let's go. We're last hour of coverage. Let's go.
Taylor Watkins.
You're going Taylor
I can
Watkins.
see him.
Okay.
Not to put any doubt in Siller, but it's a lot of pressure on that man. He's not saying he's not fishing. It's just not, things aren't falling into place for him like they have been the past 2 days. They are falling in place for Watkins. And it's just one of those deals, man, to where he's been around that quality all week. I don't know what to say. I'm watching it like all the folks at home are watching it. And Taylor Watkins has got the hammer down southbound, buddy.
I got to go with Siller still. I've got to go with Siller. And you're talking about today, it doesn't look like things are working out. Man, he's got 17 pounds in the box. The dude puts 26 and almost 21, overcomes a breakdown to get those fish back in the first day. He's had this spot all to himself all week. It's loaded with smallmouth. He's having a very special week, and I think you'll see him. Unless Taylor can catch a couple more giants, and I'm not saying he can't. I'm going with Siller. You're going with Watkins.
That's right.
I'll bet you dinner over that. And we're going to get back out on the water to a guy that's been in and out of cell coverage. We haven't got to spend enough time with him, and that's our young pro rookie this year out on the NPFL, Taylor Umland. $28-year-old.
Old soul, too. You talk to him.
Very old soul.
Got his stuff together.
I got 4.5 hours left, and things are not going as fast as I wanted them to today. There's a few boats on a lot of the places that I've been able to catch numbers to fill a limit. I don't have the longest run in, so I got time to stay out here and keep fishing. But we need to make something happen, that's for sure. Every day has been a slow grind just for 5 decent bites. And I haven't really caught the little ones today. Caught 2 right off the bat on a spot that I thought I'd catch a lot of little ones, but then I wanted to go big to make it happen. We got 2 quality bites. And I've lost 1 that I believe was a smallmouth. Other than that, it's been a slow day. Not sure what I need to do differently for sure, besides just have more areas in this area to run. I think there's probably a lot of fun fishermen out. There was one on one of the first places that I wanted to start this morning that wasn't all the way out here. And just then I ran to where, between the islands there, where I thought that I could probably fill a limit. At least
let me fish a little more comfortable than I'm fishing right now. I'm starting to get kind of stressed. And there was 2 boats on one spot, a boat on another spot. And we idled over this little rock edge here. Looked decent. This is kind of how I've been fishing a little bit, is just trying to find something new each day, because it doesn't seem like I'm getting a whole lot of bites. I'm not far from where I caught my first big one, so we're gonna hop over there really quick and hope that maybe after the sun's been up for a little bit longer, they kind of set back up or moved up on the boulders there. But I didn't see the numbers out there that I saw on the first day. Boat traffic's starting to get a little bit heavy out here. It's not all just wind waves.
Right over his shoulder there, you can see some of that action.
I'm just fishing a real hard edge that drops off to like 22, 23 feet. And has some nice rocks right along it. Right now I'm sitting in 18-ish. But I have 2 spots that I need to hit on my way back that I should be able to catch some fish off of, if not everybody else has hit them on their way back for the last couple days. But yeah, it's stressful. Not really getting a whole lot of bites on any day. 7 keepers the first day. I think 8 or 9 keepers yesterday. And today's going slower than those days.
He's
Tough day for Taylor so far.
Quite a few of our anglers that have been doing well have only had 7 good bites a day, 8 good bites a day.
Today he's 2 bites in to the day,
man,
2
it's
keeper
harder,
bites. It's tough, and mentally.
He knows he has a long day though. Still 4 hours left.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You hear the frustration with him there. With the wind and practice, these guys just weren't able to find a lot of areas, especially if you've never been here. He's got this one primary area that he's milking and sitting on 2 fish, but could get on a flurry at any point. And
yesterday, Sheldon Collins on his way back in, 45 minutes left, put 18 pounds in the boat. So
Taylor's certainly a guy that can turn his day around at any point. He's a great, great angler. And speaking of somebody that's been getting it done all day long, he's just needing some upgrades. That is Missouri's Blake Felix. We're going to jump back over to that Detroit River. Take a look at Mr. Felix. You know, Fat Cat, I don't want to say I'm disappointed that there's not a lot more boat traffic, but it seems calmer here than I ever expected it would be.
$1,000,000%.
Unless he's in the middle of a no-wake zone and we just don't know it.
We're not even seeing traffic at all. There's no boats coming through. Yeah, it's wild. I was expecting to see way more. Like I said, we saw the boys over there earlier with the hot rod boats. That was about it. I thought they were going to start doing hot laps.
But I really did. I mean, the Detroit River is known for chaotic boat rides.
Big boats too, right?
Very big boats.
That boat it may look like it's a mile away from you, but give it a few minutes, Bull.
That's right.
That wake going to come over there and
to be
rock you. Uh-oh.
You know, after 1 p.m. on Saturday, Labor Day weekend, I'd say it's a lot calmer in here than even Blake expected.
He hooked up with some of that quality that's been so good to him the past 2 days.
Weighed 21 pounds. and 19 pounds out of this area the first 2 days. Coming into Showdown Saturday, in third place, 40 pounds, 4 ounces. Hasn't seen that quality today. To be honest, the first 2 days, he was already running back by now. Had already had his weight and was headed back across the big pond.
Lots of keepers today. I don't know if he'll help or not.
The Birdman.
Maybe this one won't fight.
Felix.
A lot of people like to drop down and get the eagle on. Blake drops down and gets the seagull on.
Oh, look at there. Got us a coal. That's okay. Make sure. Why don't you do that to me? That one's definitely bigger. Look at that. Yellow's bigger. Okay. So red it was.
Some cookie cutters for Blake today. Definitely off the pace that he's been on the first 2 days.
Red it is.
Ton of bites, and still got a little bit more time before he's got to start venturing across the pond back to Sandusky Bay. While he sorts it out, we're going to jump back out to Taylor Watkins. The man of Showdown Saturday. So he's got a little friendly fire over his shoulder there.
He said he had some company yesterday towards the end of the day.
He said he had a fellow competitor slide in there about 1 yesterday afternoon, catch a couple nice fish, and I think they had a gentleman's agreement today that maybe he wouldn't come back until the afternoon hours, and I think he may be back in there with him.
Jeez. I threw it at 3 of them. They ran away. They were like, oh no.
Taylor's back. Get that flatworm away from me, sir. We're going to leave you guys with some uninterrupted coverage as we dip into a commercial break here to check out the fine sponsors that make all this possible. We'll see you back out on Lake Erie in just a few moments for some more Showdown Saturday live action.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to Lake Erie.
Mr. Tennessee two-step. Taylor Watkins doing work. Stop number 5, winding down for live coverage, but not for the anglers. Not checking in until 5:30. Top 10 on a final day get to go out on the first flight and return at last flight. So they're fishing today from 7 to 5:30.
Taylor is certainly dialed in on Showdown Saturday. He's been putting on a show all day long, off to a fast and furious start. And that's something we've grown accustomed to with him on final days. 2 trophies on his mantle at home from the NPFL. Won the final event of the inaugural season. and won the first event of the 2022 season, that weather-shortened one-day Showdown Saturday shootout for $50,000, and he put one of the biggest stringers that I can remember seeing at Lake Cumberland in a very long time on the scales there on a miserable weather day, weather week for most of our anglers.
He found a magical spot, man. Fishing waterfalls, one of the only spots that had the waterfalls going at Cumberland. He found it.
Had warmer water coming in, and those bass were in there feeding, and he
won by a large margin too.
Yes, he did. From Taylor, we're gonna make a jump back across the big pond again to Blake Felix. He's moved back to that original.
I heard him go, ooh.
Original little current break off that seawall that he likes so much.
Please be a big one. It's a decent one. We'll take him. Yes. I think that one will pull.
I'm gonna give Blake Felix the best netting award. His netting skills are
Smooth.
strong.
Yeah.
I think. Ah, they look all the same, don't they?
Give him the award for having the most bites in the tournament. If he's done this for 3 days, his thumbs are raw.
No. Let's see here. Stop. They never stop. They never stop. Get him sides on him there. Yeah. Oh, it turned off on me. Good grief. Go ahead and make my next call too. Get ready for it anyways.
Blake spent a lot of time digging around in the live well today.
Yeah, he has.
So many bites.
Oh, look at that. He's bigger than that one. Okay, red stain.
Blake came into this event sitting in 39th in that progressive AOI, so definitely racking up some good points going into the final event. Down south in Florida at the Kissimmee Chain.
Oh boy, look at this. Now they're all mixed up. Start over. Jeez. Should be one more in there. There he is.
Oh, here we go. Showdown Saturday. It's your first place and second place crew coming into today. And Siller the Thriller, been in and out of cell phone range some today, just reception-wise out there on his magical area. Estimating between 17, 18 pound range right now. Getting closer to
0 scales, 0 cullen beam.
Right.
I think that's a conservative estimate.
I feel like it's probably conservative.
Guess we'll just have to wait and see what they are.
Don't be afraid to pull you in the boat if you want. You're not gonna hurt my feelings, buddy.
All right, that's the plan. I'm gonna put them in right now.
Love when the plan comes together.
All right.
This is where Gary is the biggest threat. His final few hours.
Gary estimating he's got around 19 pounds, which is going to put him in that 60 pound range for 3 days. Say Scott's probably closer to that 63, 64 pound range right now. Maybe more. Got off to a quick start with a limit. Siller did this morning, but not the quality we've seen.
Yeah. Well, it ain't going too good. You know, we have a limit. I got 1 good fish, and I got, 4 others that, I'd like to call for sure 2 of them. But yeah, it's not going very good. And it seems like most of the fish I'm catching now are drum or sheep's head. So I think this is too. Yep, see another sheep's head. I don't know where, once these sheep's head move in, the bass, man, they're not going to sit up there with these things, especially when you get a big school of them. So, man, I'm a little bit frustrated right now. I mean, if I don't know what I have for weight, but I don't think I have enough to win. So I'm very grateful for what I have in the live well now, because I haven't really caught much in the last hour or so, other than these guys, and they don't count. So I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. That I don't feel like the window. We've had a window every day where it just kind of was on fire and they bit really good, and that hadn't happened yet today. So I'm hoping that some point this afternoon this wind might die down, or something will trigger these fish to move up and start feeding and push these sheep's head off. That's about all I really got. I mean, it's frustrating, very frustrating. But I do want to say hi to everybody back home in Wyoming and Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and everywhere else that's watching, Florida. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. NPFL does a pretty awesome job, and I'm full of Black Rifle energy drinks, which is a good thing. Keeps my head focused, so we're gonna just stay at it for a little bit and see what happens. I think you guys only got another half hour or so to see what's going on, so hi back at the studio to Luke and Fat Cat. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage and saying good things about me, because I always say good things about you guys. Matter of fact, I love you both.
You put it on thick,
man.
man.
Text enough though. So I think I'll make another cast here. There's so many fish up there.
He knows a way right into a man's heart, right? He's had a fantastic run this week.
As long as he doesn't talk to us like he talks to them bass, we'll be in good shape.
Good stuff from Siller. Of course, like Scott pointed out, less than 30 minutes of coverage left on our end. We do our best to tell the story, but these guys, when you're in the top 10, you mentioned it.
I'll be honest with you, the water's laid flat, calm. Fishing's got a little tougher now. I'm thinking about moving to another area. Problem is, it's further away, although the conditions are right for it. I'm gonna give it another couple of minutes here. I'm gonna hit that waypoint where I caught that last big one. If we don't do nothing, I'm gonna take about a 20-minute run to another area, give it about an hour there, and then if I have to, I'll come back here and finish our day out here. It's 1:34 now. I got till 5:30. I still got 4 hours before I got back. I have enough time to do it. If I'm going to win this tournament, that's what I got to do. I don't catch a lot of fish there, but they're big ones when I do get one. In practice, I had a 6.5 there and a couple over 5, so it might be worth the run. I'm sitting pretty good. I got one fish I need to get rid of to get up into the 20s. If I can get rid of him, I'll be sitting pretty good, and I'll be happy. I think I've done enough to stay in the Angler of the Year race. Catching Scott's going to be a heavy task, but you know, you never know. I don't know how his day went today, so I'm going to fish hard right to the end, and it'll be what it'll be.
Love that.
Good stuff,
Gary.
Man. Positive vibes,
It's certainly going to be.
Game plan, he's got to.
I mean, going to have his eyes on that progressive AOY shield headed down to Central Florida.
We're going to go to another spot. I
think
think
a couple months before that event too. A lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, man.
I think they start practicing
Halloween
last week.
weekend.
Yeah, last week in October, but the dates of the tournament run into the first weekend in November there. So
you know, there's a ton of current down there. It's pushing this around pretty good. And there's no rhyme or reason to where these bass are sitting. You know, the first couple days they'd kind of all grouped up on one side of these humps, you know, and but now I think they're just confused or pressured, one or the other, because they're not grouped up like they were.
Water's usually a little dirtier over there.
Is the wind out of a different direction today again?
Yeah, we're dealing with a different wind today, and you know, I don't know. I'm just happy I got what I got right now. You know, 2 4-pounders, and I think we'll be sitting pretty. Unless Gary gets like 28 pounds, then we're done. Oh man. Hopefully it's tough for everybody. All right. I'm gonna make a move. I'm gonna put a different bait on. Go back to that green pumpkin. Just want to get a bite now. I just want to weed through as many fish as I can. I want to catch every one of them. You know, the last 2 days we didn't really fish that hard, you know, to preserve it, but now it's Showdown Saturday, and you know, you just got to catch everything you can. Just these dang sheepshead are
you
killing
just
me.
hear the pressure that Scott's putting on himself, and he's
flatworms
and he's comfortably in the lead. He doesn't realize that, obviously, because you never think you have enough.
And this one's for the other 4-pounder, and then we're good. And we don't need any more of these.
He's running out of baits. So we've got these two. They came into today, Showdown Saturday, head-to-head. But the guy that's made the most noise, Tennessee's Taylor Watkins, we're going to check back in with Taylor.
Man, it's like that wind is just roaring, boy. Doesn't look like it, but it sounds like it.
Taylor Watkins hooked up.
Freaking drum.
Don't break our hearts, Taylor.
Why are y'all all of a sudden biting my stuff?
That's a smallmouth, son. He already said it was a drum, though. Get that heart pumping, and then
well, and he's doing math in his head too.
Oh, yeah.
Every time when that rod stands up like that, he's thinking 5+ pound smallie every single time, like he's seen a couple times today, and he knows he needs them. You know, Fat Cat, there's one thing we can say about this event. It's been, as far as weight-wise and stringers of big smallmouth, it's been one of our best events. It's our 11th NPFL together, and it has certainly been one of the best ones. And all of this week made possible by Fisherman Central. And I know that you got to visit there, and I'm jealous you've been there numerous times. But we're going to take a look at Fisherman Central. They've been our presenting sponsor. We've talked about it, but that's where the weigh-in's going to be this afternoon there, starting at 4 Eastern with Big Al McCullough, Fisherman Central. Go by there and check this place out. I may just jump on a plane and head over there and try to be there for the drive-through weigh-in after we get absolutely, except for that American Express bill. I have a feeling the Triple Threat will have something to say about that when I get back home. But let's check out Fisherman's Central, Port Clinton, Ohio.
It's Dan Blacker here at Port Clinton at lovely Lake Erie at Fisherman Central. Fisherman Central is a tackle shop that was started by 4 fishermen. We had started with our first location in Akron, Ohio. We started with an 8,000 square foot store. The store became so popular and we started carrying boats that we outgrew the store pretty quick. We try to carry the widest assortment of baits that we can. It's very difficult to carry everything, but you know, being a retail store and shipping out of our retail location, it's a win-win for us so that people can come in and see baits that they can usually only see online, but they can put their hands on it, browse the store, look through 60,000 plus items. We've spent a lot of time developing the online presence, the mobile app, and getting the SKU count that we can for our customers. Part of our sister company is really FC Marine, and we sell a lot of the walleye boats, the Vexus, the G3s, the Phoenix, the Skeeters. FishermanCentral.com.
Great look at our presenting sponsor there, and massive tackle store on the shores of Sandusky Bay in Port Clinton. Fisherman Central, we appreciate Dan and the crew hosting us this week. Can't do it without great partners and people, the NPFL. And
definitely a great group of people at Fisherman Central as well.
And
Whether you're
of
at
course
the
you
Akron
don't-
location or the Port Clinton location,
You can buy online as well. You don't have to.
FishermanCentral.com. They got what you want, man. And they are very stocked right now with flatworms.
You can see that in the video there. They may not be this afternoon after, after the final drive-through weigh-in happens, but they certainly look to have plenty of those precious flatworms. They have plenty of everything, really. Let's just be honest.
An abundance of pure fish in heaven.
From Gary Atkins, we're going to get to catch back up with Taylor Umland. His first year with us here in the league, and he's been out of cell coverage most of the day. Try to catch back up with him as we wind our day down. We saw him pop back into cell range. Got to get back out there to him. Very talented angler, 28 years old. Said 20th in the Progressive AOY, I believe, right there in 20th, 21st place.
21st.
Hooked up.
Didn't hit the bottom.
A little slower day for Taylor.
Ooh!
There goes my last quarter-ounce drop shot weight. Should have bought a few more packs yesterday from Fisherman Central.
Only 2 fish in the boat so far today. For the cheese man, Taylor Umland.
Ooh, that was a good run. Come on, just give up. Come back to the surface. I think he might have pulled out enough drag that I don't know if I can get down to him. Stop digging under the boat. Stay away from the trolling motor. He's not giving up. He can fight so hard. He knows what I want to do. I'm going to take care of him. Just come on. Ooh.
Mm.
Come on. There we go.
There you go.
Be number 3.
Not a giant either, but I will take him.
Attaboy, Taylor.
Great job of Taylor Umland. Just slow and steady. He's not getting a lot of bites, but they're quality when he puts one in the boat for sure. We've enjoyed spending some time with him today. Not near enough time just because of the area he's fishing being close to Canada. Good job for the young pro. We're going to jump back out to our leader as we're winding down our live coverage here. Stop number 5, Scott the Thriller Siller.
So we'll see what
back out with the man. Took a commanding lead on day 1 with 26 pounds, 1 ounce, all smallmouth bass. Backed it up with 20 pounds, 15 ounces yesterday, and told us a little earlier he thought he had 17 pounds, maybe more,
right now.
Here on Showdown Saturday.
It's nice the wind's laying down a little bit, so I might be able to pull off about 20 yards and spot lock it. I know there's a group of fish sitting there, so.
Now you've been trying to avoid spot lock, correct?
I wanted to, but if I get off a little ways, maybe we'll be all right. Or I can just continue this little circle around here. That's what I think I'll try first. Just drag this thing around in a little circle.
Scott comes back in today with another 20 pounds. It's game over, you think?
Absolutely. This is going to put him at that 67-pound mark for 3 days. That's going to be hard to touch. And for a guy like Taylor Watkins, I mean, he dug a hole the first day. 4 fish, and he's having an incredible final day.
Man, that's frustrating.
Had an incredible day, too. But you can't spot this guy 9 pounds on the first day, essentially, right? That's a chunk to make up in a
pretty much
smallmouth
just been
event.
rotating. This is like my best spot, and I got a spot about 100 yards over that these two have been my most productive, and I'm just going to flip through these things for a little while. But man, it's just getting scary time here. Fire out a little cast and see if
our last look here at our leader, Scott Siller, the thriller, who has absolutely done just that. He has thrilled us with our live coverage. He put on a show on day 2. He's put on a show again today. And B, you can hear the frustration in his voice. And we see this. Every one of these we cover, you go into the final day around this time, and we're getting ready to leave the live audience. These guys still have 3.5 hours to fish. And we always hear this frustration, I feel like, from the leaders. And we've not ever had anybody with a lead like Scott had coming into today.
That adds a lot of pressure.
No doubt about it. He's the hunted.
Second day, he fell off. He still had a great sack, over 20 pounds. And now here he is, man, the latter part of the day. Day 3, Showdown Saturday, and not having what he has had. He was talking earlier, hours ago, about having a target on his back and just like, he's feeling the pressure.
He is feeling the pressure.
I honestly think he's getting in his own head, but for the right reasons. He's in that same area where he's been catching quality, but now he's catching drum, catching other things, smaller fish, and just, it's not going as well as it has been in the past.
Scott is a very intense guy, former police officer, right? And yesterday, he kind of backed off of the fish a little bit. He took a break and he jumped back up and started fishing after a little over an hour, made a couple more calls. He's like, hey, I don't want that break to come back and haunt me tomorrow. And he's laid mention to that today a couple times, like, well, maybe I shouldn't have sat down. But the guy had a commanding lead coming into today. Not necessarily slamming the door, but I think it's getting closer to being shut. Now, do not take anything away from the tournament that Gary Atkins and Taylor Watkins have put together. Gary doing exactly what we thought he would do coming into this event. Just a little bit off that 20-pound-a-day pace with 19 pounds the first day.
Watched him miss a giant earlier, broke off at the boat.
Absolutely. But he had 22 pounds, 11 ounces yesterday, and today estimates he's got 19. With plenty of time to go, was fixing to make a run to an area that he said yielded a 6.5-pounder in practice and 2 5-pounders. A lot of things can change in the leaderboard before that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon.
Absolutely. Speaking, are we going to look at the leaderboard before we get out of here? What are we doing? Like, who's doing what?
I think let's take a look at this unofficial leaderboard one more time today, and it is very unofficial, very, very unofficial. We want to keep saying that because we don't know what we're talking about. Because of the Way Live app, it's a crucial part of our job here, telling the story. The guys enter their unofficial estimated weights, and with cell service, we haven't been able to tell that story exactly to the with the most accuracy.
And I did ask you earlier, Siller talking about having 17 pounds. I said, is he being conservative? You're like, oh yeah, he's being conservative. So, like you're saying, it's.
I feel like he's definitely leaning on the conservative side. He doesn't weigh his fish. He throws them in the box. He looks at them. He culls. He goes back to fishing. He certainly doesn't swim around in the live well with them like a lot of our guys do. But Scott Siller there, your unofficial leader, trying to go wire to wire on top with 62 pounds, even unofficially. Taylor Watkins, though, 61 pounds, 2 ounces behind him. Gary Atkins with 60 pounds. So the 3 guys in that 20-pound average class for this event. Remarkable tournaments for all 3 of those guys. Trent Palmer, the Georgia angler, in 4th place, super confident coming into the event, just knew he was going to catch them, and he has certainly done that. Luis Fernandez, Justin Kimmel, one of the running mates there for Trent Palmer, having an amazing showdown Saturday. Sheldon Collins, who started the event with 20 pounds and was in our top 10, in 7th place. Danny Weems in 8th place. Drew Six, one of Danny's running mates there. We've seen them on camera several times this week together there in 9th. And Blake Felix, the guy who wins the award for getting the most bites and traveling the furthest distance to be in the top 10.
Good deed of the tournament.
Absolutely. Those guys rounding out our top 10 unofficially. Of course, we want to keep reminding you, 4 p.m. Eastern time there, Fisherman Central. And we're going to take one final look here as we wind down the coverage of this Progressive Angler of the Year. And basically, when we show you this after the tournament, I think there's going to be a little flip-flop. You're going to see Timmy Reams, who came into this event with an 11-point lead, swap places with Gary Atkins. I think it's going to be a very competitive race going into Toho. But let's take a look at the rest of the top 10. Logan Millsap's coming into this event just 20 points or so behind Timmy Reams, but this week fell off a little bit. Logan, 63rd place coming into Showdown Saturday. Maybe he caught a big stringer today, padded his points a little bit more to keep himself in contention, but certainly looks like he may fall back a little bit. John Sokup made a big jump yesterday to 28th place from 51st, so John's going to be in the mix if he can catch him again today. Eddie Carper, Kevin Rogers, two of our guys we love to cover, fell off big time in this event.
Disappointed I didn't get to say Kevin Rogers 47 times this tournament.
He is your man crush without a doubt. You picked him for Progressive AOY, and he's had a fantastic season up until this point. Really fell off. Taylor Watkins, of course, the story of the day. He's going to rocket up there into that top 5, I would say, from this event. Sean Murphy was 43rd coming into Showdown Saturday. Bryant Smith, the California kid, was in 12th coming into Showdown Saturday. Jason Wilson slipped to 60th coming into Showdown Saturday. So depending on where everybody ends up, that's going to change. The Progressive AOY is going to look very different as we go into Lake Toho, Central Florida. Let's talk about that just real fast, what we can look forward to down
Gary
there.
Atkins.
You're picking Gary.
Dude, he's going to carry the momentum from here down there. He may not win this tournament, but he's on a roll.
Just won our 4th stop there. Saginaw Bay is going to be in contention here. I like, and no offense to Mr. Atkins, but we've had these 2 smallmouth tournaments back-to-back, and he called them at the other 3 events to keep himself in contention. But Timmy Reams, we've covered Timmy so many times in the last 11 events in our 2 seasons here with the NPFL, and he is a chatterbait swim jig in the grass.
So you're saying there's a possibility, there's potential for him to not only win Toho, but win Progressive AOY at the same time.
Absolutely.
I'm here for it.
I think Timmy Reams that's going to be a battle. It's very fun to have that neck and neck matchup that we're going to see at Toho for our 6th event, just a couple months away. You're going to want to tune in to that. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in to TNPFL Live this week. For myself, Luke Duncan, Fat Cat Newton, James Worldwide Watson on the water. We appreciate each and every one of you. Be sure to tune into that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough, and we're going to see y'all in Central Florida.
6-pounder. Yeah! That's a nice one. Dang. Oh, come here, big girl. Oh, you made me work for that one.